Right, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Right. Yeah. Well, the other than that, I know Brian.
No, I like
Right. Like working in the, in the office. Using the Wi-Fi, like getting a good time. And then of course, Thursday, I was my last day when I get here, and it's like the Wi-Fi's not working. And I was from the Wi-Fi not working. Can't even connect to anything. And then I'm like, oh, let me see. He gave up getting me on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran into that. It was like, he was saying you can download and I go to download it and it's like, bags are admin, like it's so, I doubt he's around. I know how to use it.
They basically put like, built a new high school in the middle school. And then they chopped up, they made it for both upper elementary, 6th.
Yep.
And then 7, 8, junior high, and then 8 through, or 9 through 12. The elementary schools are not. Yeah. So it's like a different, you gotta be configuration. Yeah, we like it. It's,
No, it's a great town. We liked it there a lot.
yeah, when did you move out here?
Well, I'm still in the house there. But I moved out there, moved to California in 07.
Okay.
It's not like back here in 09.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I mean, and then perhaps moved to Brooklyn in 2012 and lived overseas for a couple years. So it's more, I think, now we're pretty entrenched there. It's more for like maybe like look at walkable now. All the investments they made. It's like Cushing Square, and it's like it's great.
Yeah, that's not.
We lived in Brooklyn for like 8 years before that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a great community though. Yeah.
Do you have enough space? Session, which, as I mentioned, Chief Parenti and Deputy Fire Chief Aspazi have asked that this be held in open session. This will be with respect to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A1, regarding the Select Board complaint related to the new fire station at 61 to 65 Main Street.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I just wanted to, if I can, make a quick motion and a quick explanation. I want to move that the board move past this agenda item and on to the next item. And really briefly, the reason being that I feel this agenda item will be detrimental to the town. We're going to be going out and looking to hire a new fire chief. So one, I don't know if this is frankly the best look for the town to be doing now while the current chief is going to be retiring. The deputy's certainly free to apply for the new position, but we're going out for a hiring committee. On top of that, a fairly lengthy 26-page PowerPoint was emailed out around maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock-ish, at least when I received it today. That's a pretty good volume of information that we received fairly late to the meeting, only a few hours before. I haven't had a really chance to go through it. I doubt the chief and the deputy have had a chance to look at it. It seems, out of fairness, we would pass over this if the chief and deputy were willing to do that. I mean, it's regarding them. Even in that regard, I think from a town perspective, it's still detrimental. So even if they wanted to keep the meeting tonight, I think we should still pass over it and discuss it possibly for a future agenda on a future meeting. And so I'd make that motion. I'd appreciate a second, even if you're not going to vote for it, just to have an up or down vote. Because I feel like that's why we're here, is to take a stand and take a vote. I would appreciate a second.
Is there a second? Hearing no second, then we will move on to discuss the complaint about the fire station.
Madam Chair, we'd like to make a statement before you start, please. Would that be okay, sir?
Is it, I mean, I
It's
think.
very
we can-
pertinent.
I would, if we can keep it brief, if it's just an administrative issue, we can take it up now. Otherwise, you'll have a chance to respond to the.
We're not responding, if I may make the statement. Based on advice we've received, we're formally requesting this meeting be continued to a later date. Letter we received directing us to appear before the board this evening stated this would be a discussion regarding prior statements. From that, we reasonably interpreted that the board was simply seeking clarification. On Friday morning, we contacted Chair through the town administrator regarding some questions. The scope of discussion to ensure that we were adequately prepared for today. At 1:15 today, we received a reply from the chair saying that she could not request the answer to those questions, and she stated because it would violate open meeting law. Less than 4 hours ago, we received an email from the town administrator containing a 26-slide PowerPoint that board member Jacobs intends to present this evening. The presentation includes serious accusations against both the deputy and I on matters that have already been answered and clarified many times. At no point we were notified of any investigation, or any potential disciplinary action. Proceeding under these circumstances and failing to afford us reasonable time to prepare would violate our rights to due process, our right to secure independent legal counsel, and our right to appeals, our right to a clear and accurate appellate record for our protection. Accordingly, we ask that the next meeting be properly posted and conducted in an open session so that the citizens and taxpayers receive clear notice and are afforded the opportunity to observe and participate. Finally, we request that Mr. Jones's PowerPoint presentation not be placed on public record or shared beyond the board members to again ensure our rights to due process. Thank you.
I can respond to it briefly unless you
Please.
comment. I have had a chance to review the agenda item, the posting, the notice. I believe it is appropriate and proper to proceed. Now, I understand the position about not having the information that's being presented tonight and wanting more time to respond to it. And I think that's a proper request that the board can consider. In these circumstances, we have the full board here. I don't see any reason not to proceed and allow the presentation of the slides and possibly schedule another meeting to allow the chief and the deputy to respond. I think that would be one way to proceed tonight.
I would adamantly disagree with you, sir, for the record. This is due process. We've been accused of accusations and not been aware that we've made accusations about it. There's a presentation that's been put together that makes accusations against us that we're not prepared to respond to appropriately, which is a failure to give us due process. And there will be reactions to that.
So I guess someone makes a motion to continue this meeting to another date that is convenient for all parties.
So, yeah, there has been a request to postpone the meeting to a date in the future. I don't see any legal reason that the board has to grant that request. I think it would be proper, and it would be in accordance with due process procedural rights for the deputy and the chief to proceed tonight and schedule a meeting date in the future to allow them additional time to review the information and prepare a response.
Sir, may I ask a question? So if Mr. Jones, which has a history with us, if Mr. Jones presents information that we are not allowed to respond to for the fact that we're not adequately prepared, again, we were not informed that we were coming in anything other than a discussion. If we're not prepared to respond to that information as a open meeting form of government now is put into the public eye without our opportunity. That is a violation of our due process.
So this meeting, so everyone knows, was scheduled for executive session for the purpose of protecting the privacy of the deputy and the fire chief.
Again, sir, not to
both-
cut you off, but had we been provided with that information, we could have prepared and we were fully aware to go with it. But we were not prepared, ironically, getting it only 4 hours ago.
I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
I don't think there's any, it is now a public record anyways. We're now in open session, it's been presented to the board, it's a matter of public record at this point. There's nothing we can do legally to put it back in the box.
What is legal, what is,
What's a matter of public
What's a
record at
matter
this
of-
point?
The presentation.
not yet,
No,
sir.
it's not.
It's
No,
been
it's not.
emailed back and forth.
That's okay, it's between the board. It has not been
No,
released.
anyone can
That's a
ask for
public-
emails.
That's a public record.
So, can I ask about the chair's statement earlier that she couldn't answer our questions because of a open meeting law violation, but then this was mailed out and mailed to everyone? That's not an open meeting law violation?
There was no discussion about the
We didn't ask about a
presentation.
discussion, we asked simple questions.
Open meeting law violation would be that three of us discuss outside of a meeting a topic.
The questions we asked you,
presentation-
you should have been
Excuse
able to
me.
answer.
The presentation that was mailed out was not discussed among more than amongst three or more people on the board. The questions that you provided Stephanie and me
Mm-hmm.
on Friday.
Yes,
I would not speak for the full board
but
to
you're
answer
the
most
chair
of
and you're the
those.
one that files the complaint.
I filed
Now,
the
hold on.
complaint on the,
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
yeah, okay.
I say at this point, because we're not going to get anywhere with just going around, you make your formal vote on how we're going to proceed, and we're prepared to respond to that with a prepared statement as well.
Madam Chair, on essentially the advice of counsel, and I think out of fairness, I repeat my motion to pass over this agenda item tonight.
Okay, a motion has been made. I'd like some discussion. Let's hear from the board how you feel about passing this over tonight. John, would you like to go first?
I'd like to proceed.
You'd like to proceed. Laura?
I think getting this addressed is important. I would like to proceed, just to make sure that we're all on the same page going forward, and we've got legal counsel here today.
Jacob?
I think the public would like to see what the chief and deputy chief seem to be so afraid of in these 26 pages.
Excuse me, Madam
sir. Madam Chair, through the chair, please.
That is
Point of
not,
order,
that's not
That-
appropriate.
We have already made comments about, affirmatory comments that Mr. Jacob has been made against myself, the fire chief, and acts of retaliation that will be coming forth soon. I would ask that he refrain from making those comments. I am a professional working for the town of Northborough. He is my boss by proxy, and I would expect to be treated as such.
Madam Chair, I think the public would like to see what's in the 26 pages because they'll see pretty quickly that there's nothing in these 26 pages that hasn't been discussed at length over the last 4 months in public meetings. So I don't think there's any harm in proceeding, and if after the end of the proceeding, the board wants to give additional time so that they can give any further responses, I would be in favor of that. But since we're here, teed up, ready to go, we have counsel here, I would say let's do the presentation, and if any follow-up needs continuation, then we do that.
Mike?
Madam Chair, we're going on a year and a half past the town meeting that this is supposedly all about. What's another meeting? We're a year and a half later. What is one more meeting for the sake of fairness? To look, I get legal, we could legally do this, I get it. We all get it, or there's some disagreement, but like, we're here calling the integrity and the professionalism of our fire chief and our deputy chief into question. Can't we at least be fair? I mean, you want to talk about appearing unfair and a narrative that this board is biased against the department that does exist? Exhibit A. I mean, what's another meeting out of fairness? I mean, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, please. I mean, this out of pure fairness, like the information was sent a few hours ago. That's not their fault.
Yeah, Laura?
We were hoping to address this privately so that we could iron this out and get this addressed. And you chose to make this public and to bring other eyes onto something that really does not need to be such a big deal. And we could have addressed this in a way that gives our board the ability to answer these questions with you. And you've come at this in a very combative way.
So,
And-
to speak to that, Madam Vice Chair, to be clear, I can speak for myself, the chief can speak to himself. I do not trust the actions of some of these boards, and I think a public session was appropriate so that the people can see what goes on.
Well,
And the
then-
perfect example is the statement that Mr. Jones just made, which, to put you on notice, I consider that defamation. Another
Okay.
such statement I will be pursuing.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a formal complaint about the frivolous lawsuit threats by.
It's not a frivolous.
These aren't threats.
Okay, you know what? Excuse me, excuse me.
Is this how we want to appear to the town?
Apparently.
No, it is certainly not how we want to appear to the town. And the mood has been set
'Cause we
that
asked
this
them.
is going to be a contentious meeting.
It wouldn't be if we had time to
If we
prepare.
continue with it.
Madam Chair, it doesn't need to be.
No,
That's why we
it-
asked for the delay.
let her finish.
I am. That's why we asked for the delay, so it wouldn't be
I'd
contentious.
appreciate not being interrupted. And I'd appreciate, from this minute on, to have a respectful conversation. Actually, my vote would be to continue this meeting because I think the mood has been set so that we will be non-productive. If we can come back in a couple of weeks and have a civil conversation, I'm all for that. But the way this started off it is not going to go well.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. That statement, I don't think that we, for the public sense, would be able to have a constructive conversation tonight, and I think it would be more appropriate. None of the information's going to change. I mean, it's still the same presentation. It just gives us the opportunity to be able to give the answers to the questions that are asked.
So, having said my opinion, are we ready to vote on whether or not to continue this meeting? We don't have a second to the motion, I don't think, do we?
No.
So, motion has been made by Mike to continue this discussion to another date, giving the deputy fire chief and the fire chief time to review the material. Is there a second? You can do it. I'll second it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Can I have a discussion?
Yep.
So it's what I said earlier. We're here, let's present the information in the 26 pages, which I believe will be not new to anyone. And if we need more time before deciding any next steps, I would actually say we probably should give them more time to respond. But we're here, they packed the room, let's give the presentation.
This is discussion, can we have discussion amongst the board first, and then I'll
That's why
address your questions?
I just wanted to
Okay.
ask clarification on that.
Okay. Any other comments from the board?
And just to be clear, there isn't a word in here about professionalism. There isn't a word in here about integrity. There isn't a word in here about allegations. There isn't a word in here accusing anyone. It's pages of facts from public record information.
No, I understand that. Yep, Mike?
Which I would just say, out of fairness, it's pages of information that the chief and the deputy have not been able to fairly review. They haven't. I mean, you can make an argument, if not for that, yes, let's have a discussion, let's proceed, let's go with it. But the ground underneath our feet has changed. We weren't where we were 6 hours ago before it was emailed out. And, again, there's, like it or not, there's a perception that this board treats the fire department differently and not fair. I'm not saying that that's true or not. There's a perception out there. Unfortunately, I feel like this feeds into that. And again, we're going on a year and a half after a town meeting, and now calling into question what was said. What is 2 more weeks out of the sake of fairness so that the chief and the deputy can review information and have a fair response. And maybe they don't have a good response to some of it. Maybe that is what it is. You know, we have a plenty packed agenda tonight. You know, we've got plenty more to talk about. You know, again, why, just in general, you know, looking back at this, we're looking forward, we're staring down overrides. We're staring down possible cuts to K through 8 head, FTEs and teachers, and where are we gonna cut and what are we gonna do? Are we gonna try and help the school system and on their special education funding? We've got some heavy stuff to talk about on top of all this. Like, I mean, what is passing over tonight for a future date do in the scheme of anything? I understand wanting to just get this over with, but that's not fair, and I'm for fairness. And that's why I would ask if one more board member could vote in agreement with myself and the chair, just one more vote, in the sake of fairness. You don't have to like the chief, you don't have to like the deputy, you don't have to like what was said or what was done, but you have to be fair. That's why we're here. That's why we got put in these positions.
So I'm going to ask you, will we be facing a problem if we do this meeting tonight? Because I think Mike makes a good point.
Will you be facing a problem? I mean, that, I don't think there's any legal prohibition to the board proceeding tonight. I understand the deputy's argument and the chief's argument about wanting more time. Legally, in terms of their constitutional due process rights, in terms of complying with the open meeting law, it's my opinion that the board has complied with those requirements. And if they proceed as scheduled tonight, they won't be violating anything. That said, you know, the board obviously has discretion. If you feel like it would be better, fair, more efficient, whatever, to continue it for 2 weeks, that's also fine. I don't think there's going to be, you know, I've obviously heard their arguments, and they you know, they would like to postpone it, but I don't think the town's going to face any legal exposure if you proceed tonight and then schedule another meeting 2 weeks out to allow them an adequate opportunity to respond, because that's what they are entitled to, an adequate opportunity to respond. And we are here now in open session pursuant to their request. And so I don't see any reason why the town can't, or the board can't proceed.
Okay, Laura?
So we have been discussing this at great length in our board. We've been talking about the subjects regarding the soil. We've been talking about the expense of it. We've had a lot of residents that are frustrated with the cost. And now that this document and presentation is part of the public record, the public will be able to access it and see it. I would like the opportunity for our board to see it publicly and to be able to look it over. If we want to defer any discussion till the future to another executive session, I'm fine with that. But when it comes to money, the challenges that we're facing with this project are causing a huge impact and a huge cost. And so I understand what you're saying, that there's a lot of financial pressure that we're facing, but this is also part of it. And when I looked at this discussion, you know, we've got another big project coming up, and I would like to make sure that how we work together in the future, we don't make these same mistakes, which is why this is really an important topic for me. And again, it's not personal. It's just, you know, there has been a lot of changes. We've had administrative changes. Your board has been put through a lot, and it's affected the town. So we need to fix this.
Why is the board not here?
The board has changed, the
No,
administration.
why is the fire station building committee not here? Is that what you're referring to?
We are talking about the facts that have been stated in the past. You're a part of that committee. You've been put through a lot of.
I'm not part of that committee.
I'm sorry. Being a part of, I'm not explaining this properly.
I mean, so nothing but respect for the fire department and the people in this room. I just ask that we move forward and we take the business in hand and we start, and if you're not comfortable with anything to respond to, there's 2 weeks to respond to it. It's
So-
public record right now, the fact that we're here.
In response to that, Mr. Ray, and counsel, we were afforded our opportunity to appear here with counsel. We had no intention to, because really all the information's been discussed. However, based on the PowerPoint that we were quickly reviewed with Mr. Jones, our stance on that has changed, and I think rightfully so, if anybody has looked at that PowerPoint, would say, okay, this has changed. Because I will say, right off the bat, before you vote, there is an accusation, and we have sought counsel's review on it, that there's an accusation in that is a criminal act assumption against us.
What is that?
So there is an assumption in that, yep, if you know which slide I'm talking about, that our names are connected with a dollar amount in any reasonable person. So therefore, we would have criminal charges potentially against us if that's where Mr. Jones, he's made other accusations and other comments in open meetings. So that's our stance. And if you would like to continue, feel free, but I will advise you that this could potentially be a criminal complaint
Criminal complaint by,
Against us.
against us.
Madam Chair, would you mind asking counsel if there's any criminal allegations in here?
in your
In my
presentation,
Yeah, is there any allegations of a crime or tying? I mean,
And how long ago, counsel, did you get the presentation?
I got it when everybody else.
Okay.
I've reviewed the presentation in its entirety, and my reading of it was that there's not any explicit or implicit allegation of criminal misconduct. Now, obviously, you're welcome to read it in a different way, and if the way you read it is, these town officials, stole, embezzled, whatever, that amount of money, I did not read it that way. That's just my opinion.
Well, now, that's how the last page is interpreted. And I believe it would appropriate to not discuss that tonight.
well,
So
I
we
can
have
say, having
counsel.
written it, that that's not what it says, or what it means, or how it's intended to be interpreted.
That's how it was interpreted by
I can't,
counsel,
Legal counsel.
our
Madam
counsel.
Chair, I can't tell someone how to interpret English words, but that's not what they say.
Excuse me?
So you have had a chance to go through it and talk to your lawyer?
No.
You just mentioned that you spoke to...
I saw that last page and I counseled
all we did.
somebody that I know, not somebody that we went out to hire. What is your interpretation of this? That page? Yes. They're putting your name, saying that you made false and deceptive, what is it?
I don't think there was the word
Hold on a
deceptive.
second, hold
No,
on.
it said lied and misleading.
No, that
Doesn't say either.
Hold on.
Doesn't say misleading.
Well, hold on.
Say
hold on.
lie.
It said.
What does it say?
It said that we.
deceptive. I'll read
said-
it. Do you want me to
oh,
read it?
No, hold on one
Excuse
second.
me, one at a time, and through the chair, please.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
It says that, that we made false and misleading statements. And the next line exactly goes right into that we spent $1 million and we're gonna spend millions of dollars more. If I was to read that as any attorney, I would say, they're saying that you made the lie and that ties to that dollar figure. If one of them sat alone, fine. But when they're on the same page, the assumption is that we stand at the possibility of being held accountable for that money.
Okay, so we're already talking about this presentation. I was hoping that we could have a discussion about whether or not to respect your first request, which was to postpone it.
Well, and these.
So if we could please get back to the discussion of this. Jacob?
If it would change or make things easier or better, I mean, we'd have been done with the presentation by now, by the way. I'll not even put the last page up there, so that we don't even have to deal with it.
I mean, it's,
Madam-
Would that be agreeable to you?
No.
No, you want the last page
We-
now.
It's already public.
We would, listen, we
said that?
were happy to come to this.
You-
We were happy to come to this meeting. Listen, let's roll back a little bit, all right? Because we're all on the same team here, all right? At least I thought we were all on the same team, right? We all work for the town. I'm a public servant. You guys are public servants. Chief's public servants. Our job is service, right? Our job is based on trust, all right? I don't like this. This is not my forte. I am not a confrontational person. I hate it. Like, right now, I want to go over that bucket and throw up. This is not helping anybody. This is not working in the best interest of anybody. These questions have been asked and answered multiple times, and now they're being asked again in a different angle.
Well, by the board.
But the board, did the
Yeah.
board vote on this PowerPoint and approve it? Like, I don't know, you know, like, there's a lot of questions. So, and the, you know, so, you know, again, for fairness.
The board-
I don't wanna sit here and go through this. I mean, come on, I mean, I came over to this town because I was like, oh, it's a great town, you know, I'll go about, you know, but I don't really understand why we're kind of going through this. They've been answered, there's other avenues. Mr. Jones's PowerPoint in our quick review in that last page are accusations. We were called here to have a discussion. We were totally prepared to come in here and have you ask, hey, these statements were made, can you clarify them? Sure, we have all the documentation based on it and whatnot. But the presentation in our quick look doesn't reference the documents, and therefore, we can't prepare for it.
Doesn't reference documents. I think it referenced
A lot of documents.
a lot of documents.
Again, it's a selective PowerPoint, Mr.
Sure,
Jones.
sure.
So I think, again, the fairness of the taxpayers who are paying for this building, that they hear both sides of the story at the same time. If there's a question that Mr. Jones wants to ask us, then we will respond. The next question asked, we will respond. That's an appropriate process, not we're going to put a PowerPoint out and make accusations against you and then let it sit in the public for 2 weeks and then we can respond.
Well, I do have to disagree with you that I think the material needs to be presented to know what the select board has to make a decision about. But I have a hand raised from Mr. Tejan.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just go back to, like, doing the right thing is sometimes hard. And, you know, I understand that unfortunately there's people, you know, who are asking questions about the cost of soil removal from the fire station because of a level of, frankly, fan fiction that soil is being removed because it's contaminated when it's not. You can look at the reports, it's removed for structural reasons. I get that. We should be able to talk to that and explain it and clearly explain things to people with evidence. The deputy and the chief did not put anything in the ground there. That's a different issue, which we are pursuing with legal counsel regarding what we have to, you know, we have them actively looking at it, which is what we've publicly said already. This is different. This is, again, talking about, it doesn't use the words integrity or professionalism or their career, but that's exactly what we're talking about. Again, out of fairness, just pure fairness, we should be passing over this item. I appreciate the chair's agreement, at least 5 minutes ago on that. I would appreciate it if one of my other members would do something, even if they think that there's a viable accusation here. The information is now out in the public. It can be reviewed by the public. It can be reviewed by anybody. And now we can come back at a later meeting and have a full discussion on it. I would just ask one of my other members to do the hard thing, the fair thing, and please vote to pass over this item at this time.
Any other discussion?
I said at our November 3rd meeting pretty clearly that I wanted to address a number of things, and I specifically said the frequently asked questions about the site contamination. I specifically said at our open meeting, it's in our minutes, it's in the record, on November 3rd, that I wanted to address that issue and the statements made at special town meeting by members of the fire department staff that relate to soil contamination. And I said, I'm going to keep asking to address that until it gets addressed. That was in November 3rd, more than 2 months ago. We're here. It could have been done by now, and we'd have been on our last thing if we weren't debating this motion. So I'd like to just go through the presentation, and then if the answer after that is continue it, then let's continue it. Let's just go.
Mr. Spacey?
Madam Chair. So he references November 3rd. He references November 3rd, I think. you
Yeah,
said, right?
last year.
So, last year. So that's quite a long time ago, and we just got the presentation 4 hours ago.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So Mike's asked a couple of times, and no one else has come and said we should postpone it. Can we move forward?
With a vote, whether or not to have this discussion tonight. Okay, so you've made the motion to postpone this discussion, pass over this agenda item. I seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Laura?
No.
John?
No.
No.
Yes.
Mike? And I vote yes. So we will continue this discussion
So,
now.
Madam Chair, I'd like to
And-
make a
and-
statement.
Yes.
Again, based on legal counsel and the fact that our interpretation is that this could result in criminal or legal action, civil action. We will not be answering any questions because we are not prepared. We have not been, for the record. We disagree with the board's vote, for the record. And we will not be answering questions based on the fact of not being prepared for these and being prepared to answer what we were asked to come here for, and statements that have been made at other locations, at different times, at different times during different meetings, both public and private.
I get the clicker so that I can go through the PowerPoint faster. I think our friend back there might have the clicker.
Okay. If this is not then going to be a discussion, would it be the right thing to do to invite them back to present any disagreement they have with what we say tonight?
Yeah, yeah, I mean,
Did you hear what I said? Okay, so my question to the attorney is, since you are not going to answer any questions tonight, should we invite you back in 2 weeks to make your comments on what is presented tonight?
We will have counsel, and you'll be speaking with our counsel,
Okay.
whatever they want to decide, because I just want to make it clear that the chief, myself, have done nothing wrong, but there is a pattern that has equated to unfairness against us, so that's where we feel that we've been railroaded again.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. Well, I think, as the board, as some board members have already said, we respect highly what you do. You save lives every day, so it's not about,
I don't, they do.
They do, yeah. Just as one, if I may say one thing, you did ask if we should come back in 2 weeks. I believe the attorney has already given his opinion on that would be the appropriate thing to do to invite us back. So I just want to, is that correct? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I just want to confirm that's what you said.
yeah, and I think given these circumstances, I'm not going to repeat them all.
No.
Everyone knows what's happening here. I think the idea, based on what I'm hearing tonight, is that Mr. Jones is going to present the slide presentation tonight. If there are questions or comments from the board, he's going to provide some clarification to those questions. And then my understanding is that the chief and the deputy, it's their preference to schedule a meeting 2 weeks out to allow them sufficient opportunity to review the material and prepare a response. Is that a fair summation?
Deputy Chief
Yeah.
Espaizi, you responded that we will hear from your counsel.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I'm not trying to be hiding behind counsel or anything, you know, I mean, there's been a you know, a pattern that is well-known.
If I may. I think what he was saying was, when we come back in 2 weeks, we would bring counsel with
Sure.
us.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
That's the statement he was trying to make, that
Sorry
when we
about
come
that.
back in 2 weeks, we would bring counsel with
Oh,
us in
yeah.
order to afford us, you know, a due process and
Yeah.
whatever we would need.
I apologize, thank you.
Okay.
Can I just ask one question before we move forward? It doesn't have to do with answering questions, is, who is the complainant and what is the complaint?
So, Mr. Jones has been on the FSBC and has noted some problems with the, removing the contaminated soil. And however you want to phrase contaminated, it's, you know, bad soil. But we have had we have had comments from residents, as you know, and felt that this was important enough. As you know, it's a pretty high price tag, that we had to address it as a group.
Agreed. I
Because
don't
we
disagree.
are subject to open meeting law. We can't discuss it behind closed doors. And here we are today to discuss the information.
Fully agree, we should.
Okay,
We should
thank you.
talk about it, but again, who was the complainant? There was a complaint.
Right here, I'm sitting right here.
You made the
Yeah.
complaint.
In
and-
November 3rd meeting, I made it in this room, on the record, in front of everyone.
Okay.
Point of order, clarification, Madam Chair. Mr. Jones may have made the complaint or verbalized a complaint in that meeting or verbalized something. My colleague Jacob doesn't speak for the board. This presentation, the board has not opined on or reviewed beforehand.
Nor should we have. We have to do it today.
Well, I mean, right, but we could have reviewed it more than like 4 hours ago. This is your meeting, and this is your agenda. It's not my colleague Jacob's meeting, nor, this is on the agenda because you decided to put it there. This is a complaint against our fire chief and our deputy fire chief. Again, questioning their integrity and their professionalism about whether or not they misled people in Northborough. I think it's appropriate that any complaint be explained and verbalized by yourself as the chair and not by someone else on the board. That's my request.
So,
Like-
so my explanation was not sufficient?
No.
That-
Well, I would say, as the chair to a department head, having this on our agenda, you should be able to explain to those department heads and that department head and his deputy why they're here clearly and concisely.
Madam Chair, hasn't a notice approved by council more than 48 hours ago gone out to the deputy and the chief deputy? And didn't council tell us at this meeting that he believed that that was sufficient under the law?
And
Okay,
there's legal and then there's fair.
okay. I guess we have to reiterate. I'll wait.
I was just explaining to you that I wasn't speaking to you, ma'am.
You're here because one board member brought forth concern about the information that was stated at town meetings, at special town meeting, and was written on frequently asked questions about the status of the contamination of the soil on the site that the fire station will be built on. The problems have arisen since that information was given, that there was considerable contamination, more than what was budgeted for at the presentation at special town meeting, and more than was explained in frequently asked questions and the presentation at special town meeting. We were hoping that you could explain how this confusion occurred. Mr. Jones is willing to show a summary of how that information was disseminated, so that,
Sorry, that was a natural habit, sorry.
so, are there any questions for me about why you're here?
Yes, because you just said that we could be here to discuss this, but yet we're going to have a presentation accusing us.
Well, a discussion usually, hopefully starts with data and solid information. So you have said that you will not respond. Our member is willing to present his information. You will have that chance, hopefully in a couple of weeks. And then we will sort it all out. Any questions?
Please?
That sounds,
Want to start?
can I go?
I don't need to belabor this anymore. Everybody understands the context, why we're here. Mr. Jones has filed a complaint back in November of 2025 regarding statements made during the special town meeting in 2024, as well as a publication called FAQ on the department's website regarding the contamination or alleged contamination at the fire station. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Jones for his presentation.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just to really help us move through this, and I wasn't planning on asking questions, obviously, if anyone has any, and I can answer any questions, but I'd really ask the chair to help me out to help this be uninterrupted, so I could just go through.
Okay, and
Please.
I do have an announcement for the people here. I have been advised not to take public comment today. So I hate to disappoint you, but this is, you know,
Madam Chair, quite frankly, I mean, we take public comment quite often and quite a lot.
we also take advice from our attorneys quite a lot.
Yes, we do, but again, out of fairness, if we take public comment for every other agenda item except for this one, again, that appears unfair.
I think we should wait for the complete conversation and then take public comment.
And then as far as moving forward, so we have to sit and, as board members, we can't ask questions
Yes, we
or
can.
give you
Yes, we
information,
can.
we have to just
Yeah.
sit and let the
No, that's what the
presentation roll.
purpose is. Jacob is going to present his information. You can ask questions. Hopefully, our discussion will be brief, so we can move on. And these gentlemen will come back in 2 weeks or so, whenever we decide.
I just want to, okay, can I? I just want to get through this as quickly as possible. If you have a question, make a note of the slide. I'll happy to go back to it. I just don't want to get bogged down by
Okay.
interruptions.
Okay, so let Jacob go through the whole thing, and then we ask questions. Fair
Okay.
enough?
Sounds good.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have shown here what, it's the seller's report. When we bought the property from the seller between 2021 and 2022, the seller had their own licensed site professional called CMG, and they issued, they remediated the site to some extent, and they issued this report, which is 600-plus pages long. We're not going to go through them all. I'm just showing you the front page. It was submitted by the seller. This is the seller's report. The seller's licensed site professional, August 17th of 2022. As we'll see when we get to the frequently asked questions, I believe this is the report that's referenced as the August 2022 report in the frequently asked questions. All right. On page 11 of the report, there's a section called extent of release. It mentions post-excavation, meaning after they did what they believed was necessary to solve the issues that were there to the appropriate standards. There were 39 post-excavation soil samples. 3 of those samples contained petroleum hydrocarbons above the applicable M1 RC standards. I'll go through these really quickly, but these are from the same report. They're just the supporting test data. This one, South 65 West 1, taken on December 1st, 2021, had test results for 9 to 10 carbon aromatics and 9 to 18 carbon aliphatics, which are volatile petroleum hydrocarbons and extractable petroleum hydrocarbons. These are the acceptable limits under the M1 RC standards. These were 110, which is above 100, and 1,000, which meets the 100. At any rate, the report itself had highlights showing that it exceeded the applicable M1 RC standard. I didn't add those highlights. They were there. So that's number 1. Number 2, South 101 West 10, taken December 2nd, 2021, had one of those hydrocarbon tests above the applicable limit, as shown here. And the third one, 39 South 101 West, you can see actually these ones are about roughly 3 times the applicable limit of 100, which was 320, and the 1,000 limit, which was 2,900. So these test sites, when taken after the cleanup that the seller did, were showing petroleum hydrocarbon levels above the applicable M1 RC standard. That's what these pages say. Just for convenience, this map is attached in the report, and I've just added these highlights to show where those 3 samples are.
Question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
My understanding is that the applicable standard, which is the mass
M1RC.
contingency plan, you got method 1, S1 soil standards, that's based on an aggregate of soil testing. So just simply finding necessarily contamination in some areas, the site can be considered by a layperson clean by meeting that standard.
Madam Chair, we're really getting ahead of ourselves. If I could just be uninterrupted, that would be great. I take the point.
Let's try-
That's a
yeah. Just-
completely
you can
valid
ask
point.
Questions at the end of this,
But
okay?
Can I just
Yeah,
please get through the
continue,
slides?
please.
Those 3 sites where it's highlighted showed results that were above the M1RC standards. That's what the report shows. There are 8 other samples of the 39 that had detection levels above the reporting limit, but below the M1RC standards, which is to say they weren't 0, but they were below the standard, so they weren't highlighted. But they were detected, and I circled them here. This is the 39 samples. It's all in the report. But there were 8 in addition to the 3 that had detected levels that were not 0. This is an April 1, 2024 email from the geotechnical engineers who were working on the project. They were doing some exploratory bores to analyze the geotechnical properties of the soil, as I understand it. In this email, they noted that we encountered some apparent by odor petroleum product in boring B24-2 today. It was my understanding that this soil was previously removed. Again, that's April 1, 2024. That would have been about 6 months before special town meeting. But we already had professionals who, we needed their advice to be able to put together the design, to put together the estimates, and they were doing this work, and they encountered petroleum. The follow-up email through our architects passes this information along, and it reiterates on April 1st, 2024, they encountered a petroleum odor. So that email was forwarded along on April 1st of 2024, and the same day, a response was provided by the town's licensed site professional, Capital Environmental. And his email of that same day says, "We are all aware they did not clean up to background or non-detect. Soils with petroleum odors remain on site." And he mentions at the end of this email that he had explained those items to the town council. I think he means the SEL council, and the former town manager at the end of that, and happy to help. So then on the next slide, so that was April 1st, 2024. Around that time, soon after that, there was, I believe, there was an earthwork removal board meeting that the LSP prepared a letter for. This is a May 28th, 2024 letter. And on the last paragraph of his letter, it says that based on the information reviewed and summarized from the investigations and remediation events performed at the subject site, residual contaminated soil remains at the subject site below regulatory standards. It's anticipated that these residual contaminated soils are considered unsuitable soils if they're excavated and require off-site recycling and / disposal. So as the board will recall, I was designated as our liaison for the Fire Station Building Committee. This is from the September 24th, 2025 meeting. And as I was asking questions about this, Chief Parenti asked the committee, did anyone on this committee not know that there was still contaminants in the ground? I would ask that question. The chair of that committee said, I would personally say no, I mean, I knew. Then I asked the question, so everyone on this committee knew that there was contamination in the ground as of the town meeting? And the chair said there was going to be some level. At the next month's meeting, October 22, 2025, the LSP for the town that you saw his email earlier, told us it was blatantly clear for all that would listen to this guy's voice, there is residual contamination on this property. It's widespread. It showed what called no significant risk. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that it wasn't up to DEP standards, and I believe that's what he's saying, is it was up to DEP standards, which is what the seller was obligated to give us. But so he's saying here in response to my questions that he was making it clear at the time that there was residual contamination and it was widespread. Now I'm posting the version of the frequently asked questions that existed up until recently, but this is the version that was existing at the time of the special town meeting in October of 2024. And I'm just going to highlight that it says this document is intended to enhance public access to accurate information about the fire station project and to help address any potential mis- or disinformation, which, of course, is what FAQs are designed for. So within that document, and this was publicly available on the Fire Station Building Committee website, that's where I found it. There was a question, is the site clean of contamination? The second bullet point of that question has an answer that says, the seller coordinated and paid for the removal and cleanup of contamination detected in the soil. To ensure compliance, the town hired our own licensed site professional, LSP, to oversee the full process. I believe that's all accurate. That's the Capital Environmental that we referred to earlier. The Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, and I think that's meant to be DEP is their acronym, conducted a final evaluation and testing of the site and submitted a report confirming that all known contamination had been removed and no new contamination had been detected. This report was reviewed and confirmed by the town's LSP in August of 2022. I've looked and I have not been able to find any testing or report or evaluation issued by the DEP. The only thing I see of August of 2022 is the seller's report that I showed at the beginning of this presentation. And as far as I'm informed, the DEP does not conduct its own testing. It relies upon the testing done by its licensed professionals that the state issues licenses to. They submit the data to the DEP. The DEP reviews the submission and determines that it's satisfactory to the DEP, which I believe that was done, but the DEP didn't do any testing as far as I'm aware. At least I can't find any evidence that the DEP did its own testing. I haven't found any evidence that the DEP submitted a report. I believe the information submitted was the seller's report, and as I showed earlier in the seller's report, it does not stand for the proposition that all known contamination has been removed or that no new contamination has been detected. As I showed in that report, it showed that there were spots with existing contamination, even though it was satisfactory as a site to meet DEP standards. And I asked some questions about the FAQ in the October 22, 2025 Fire Station Building Committee, and I asked the LSP if in fact that's what it, referring to the frequently asked questions, says. That's not really correct because we knew there was detected contamination. It was just the kind that would not be a health hazard necessarily, but it would cost money to remove if they needed to be removed. Is that fair? And the LSP responded, very fair. And he reiterated, it has been cleaned to standards, but there is residual contamination on site. And again, as I said earlier in our discussion, it was well known that there was residual contamination.
Madam Chair, one quick question.
No, we're gonna think, sorry.
Almost there.
Continuation of that quote that's pertinent, but.
Okay. The deputy chief, okay, so now this slide comes from the special town meeting on October 7th, 2024. The deputy chief was giving a presentation at 40 minutes, 38 seconds. This slide was being shown during that presentation. You'll notice under remediation, it says mitigated, cleaned, tested, 0. These are my highlights. And from me listening to it, this is what I understand he said. Mr. Cohen, and I was there, as I think most of us were. Mr. Cohen explained how there was a previous gas station there, and there was some contaminants that were detected that was completely cleaned up at the cost burden of the seller. Following that, the property was completely mitigated of any detection. It was cleaned and tested, 0 detections. And those detections were looked at by the EPA on the federal side and DEP on the state side, and our LSP, which is a licensed site professional. Again, Mr. Cohen mentioned it. They work on our behalf, so it was somebody on our behalf looking to make sure those numbers were correct. Again, 0. So here I see 0 3 times. I see completely cleaned up, mitigated of any detection a couple of times during the initial presentation. And I thought maybe it could have been a mistake. The deputy chief later mentions at 1 hour, 34 minutes that this presentation had been practiced. He said, when we practiced this, and he's referring to Jason Little, our finance director, who had just sat down, was the longest section. No one's to blame but myself. I put this together. We feel we really had the responsibility on a project this big to give you the information. I apologize that it's taken so long, but we are just trying to do our due diligence and get the information out to you. Later on in that same meeting, in response to a question from one of the residents about, I believe the question had to do with if there is any contamination found on the site, would the town have to pay for it? And the chief responded affirmatively. And then he continued and said, so when I said it's 0, and I believe the deputy spoke to, and I can't remember why there's an ellipsis there, but it was, you know how when we talk it. But he says, we had to do 6 test pits dug to a depth of at least 8 feet on all different locations on that site. And those 6 test pits I think he's talking about, all tested as 0 across the board. And he continues on later on, when they drafted the purchase and sales, they were very careful and said the owner had to deliver us a clean site. That included cleaning the site if anything was found. He found some stuff underneath one of the buildings that was torn down, the garage itself. He was responsible for paying all the costs for remediation at that point, but he would not necessarily be responsible for any additional cost for remediation. So I just wanted to highlight, so that those 6 test pits were a little bit later than the other ones that I showed earlier. So this is the July 8th, 2024 report from Capital Environmental, the town's LSP again. And to speed through, there's 6 test reports here. They are, for all practical purposes, zeros in each of these 6 test sites. I'll just note, fluoranthene was above the no detection level, but I don't think that that's anything anyone's been too worried about, and it's, at any rate, looks extremely low. The summary paragraph from the LSP says the majority of the test results were below the test method detection limits, better known as none detected. I don't want to speak for anybody, but my interpretation is this is probably the test report that was maybe being referenced when the statements about none detected were being made. I don't know. I'm not in anyone's mind, but that's the assumption I'm making. And then, so at the October 22, 2025 meeting of the Fire Station Building Committee, I was also asking the LSP about those 6 test pits, specifically where they were. So I asked, so help me understand though, where those 6 test pits were. It wasn't the same location as where that South 39 West 101, that was the triple the limit sample, was taken, right? And he said, no, the test pits were on the periphery of the property because at that time, I know that's where the proposed drainage basins were going to go. And so then I asked, so even though 6 test pits came out negative, from your perspective, we all still knew that there was detected contamination somewhere on the site, including South 39 West 101? And he said, absolutely. Just for reference, on the left is the picture I showed earlier with the 3 site from the 2022 test that were still showing above the M1RC levels. This one on the northwest was the one that was 3 times the limit, roughly. The other 2 were closer to the limit. And then on the right, this is what I could find as the map of the 6 test pits for where the drainage basins were planned at the time. And I think what Mr. Berger was trying to say was that these 6 aren't essentially digging up the areas where the positive tests had been found before. That's how I understood him anyway. So I also asked him questions about how much contaminated soil had been removed. Not to belabor this point, I just want to get the information correct out there. As of September 15th, 2025, the tonnage of contaminated soil to the asphalt recycling plant, which that's where they take it to properly treat it and take care of it, was over 6,000 tons and over 170 truckloads. Does that sound roughly right? The LSP responded, and by the way, the LSP knows because he's the one overseeing all of that. And he's the one who issues the invoices. So you are correct. It was 6,034.29 ton, 174 truckloads. Then I also was trying to get at how much more there may be. And by the way, as of between September 15, 2025 and this meeting, I don't have it on here, but he responded no additional contaminated soil had been removed in that period. As far as I know to date, that's still true. I told them to update me whenever that changes, and I haven't got an update yet, so. But I did ask how much remaining contaminated soil still needs to be removed. Our owner's project manager representative, Tim Alex, said we're anticipating that we're going to hit some basically underneath the trailers, where the trailers are now along the road, but we really can't define a total amount at this point. From which I understood there is some non-zero amount of contaminated soil remaining that will incur additional cost to remove when it comes time to remove it. This is possibly outdated, but this was the financial status report as of September 24th, 2025, which was being discussed at the Fire Station Building Committee I referenced earlier. And as of that time, the amount that had been paid in connection with contaminated soil removal through our hazardous material consultant, the LSP, was $1,054,030. The amount approved with budget transfer, so there's an additional 15.7 here, but a little over $1 million. Since then, the committee has approved a additional about 130,000, not to the LSP, but to others relating to excavating and bringing in replacement fill soil. Whether you want to say that's related or not, I'm not making an argument one way or the other. I'm just trying to give information. So it's, the other thing on this one is that the budget for that was $300,000. So as of the time we were discussing this in the Fire Station Building Committee meeting, we had dipped at least $770,000 into contingency to meet these expenses. Okay, and then I will just not talk about that.
No, sir, you can put that
Sure,
back
no,
up.
It's out there in public.
It's out
We
there
need
in
to talk
public,
about it.
and I referenced it.
I'm fine. So the summary that I have here, that I was trying not to
No,
be too offensive,
can you
but,
bring that up to the live slide, please?
oh, sure.
I can't see it.
The information given by the chief and the deputy chief in the town's frequently asked questions, and by the way, I have inferred that the chief or deputy chief or someone on their staff is responsible for the content of the FAQs, but I'd be happy to be told otherwise. That's my information, and someone can tell me otherwise, but I suspect if it's someone on the staff, the chief and deputy chief would understand that, anyway. I'm happy to learn new information about who was responsible for the FAQs, because it's not clear from the FSBC meetings, but my understanding, which could be corrected, is that it was some combination of the chief or deputy chief in charge of that. So the information given in the town's FAQs that I highlighted before, and at the special town meeting that I highlighted before, regarding the status of soil contamination on the 6165 West Main Street site appears, to me, to be false and misleading. Secondly, in relating, and I want to make it clear that from my perspective, Madam Chair, I am not making in any sense any argument or contention or request that any town employee is responsible for the dollars that it's costing. I want to make it really clear. I'm just trying to provide information to the public who wants to know how much the contaminated soil removal is costing. And so if I would have put them on a different slide, maybe it would have made it less concerning. But so I apologize to the extent that putting them on the same slide gave someone an impression. But the second statement here is that the town has spent more than $1 million to manage the contaminated soil on the 6165 West Main Street, with an unknown remaining quantity still to be spent, significantly exceeding the $300,000 budget for that item. And that is my report to the chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Jacob?
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair, but just some things to point out. So there was a slide that was quoting,
Could you give us the page or something, or?
I don't remember. It quotes Mr. Bob Berger of Capital Environmental.
I think it's page 22.
The continuation of, as the minutes read, is almost a verbatim from the meeting, which was a Fire Station Building Committee meeting from October 22nd, 2025. Mr. Berger says, who's Northborough's LSP, to the layman, it's a clean site. To the layman, it's a clean site. Mr. Berger's not a layman. Mr. Berger is the environmental manager and owner of Capital Environmental. Very impressive. I have his resume right here. He was kind enough to provide it to me. A lot of education, specialized training, registration, certifications in the area of geochemistry, environmental management, environmental remediation. I have somewhere in my pile here, resumes for the chief and the deputy. Sorry, chief, the deputies is actually more impressive than yours, but nowhere on their resumes do I see any of this education, specialized training, registrations, nor do I see what's on their resumes on Mr. Berger's. So I would say Mr. Berger's definitely not a layman when it comes to capital or environmental cleanup. I would say, you know, the chief and the deputy are experts or technicians in fire science and fire service, but not necessarily environmental cleanup. And where that's pertinent is a memorandum from a former town administrator, I believe John Gadare, in September 9th of 2022, to the select board and to, I believe, to the chief as well and other members of the forming fire station building committee. The seller finally completed the extensive remediation work, and our LSP has reviewed the DEP documents confirming the site is clean. Again, Mr. Gadare, very expert person in running a town and being a town administrator. Wouldn't call him a technical expert or an expert in environmental remediation. He uses the term clean, which is interesting because in the executive session minutes that we released at 6:30, it's made clear to the select board at that time that the purchase and sale had to be amended to meet the mass DEP level, mass contingency plan level 1, that the seller wanted to change that cleanup level. So again, as Mr. Gadare read it, as, as the select board members, it's in the minutes, you can see he explains what that means. And they voted unanimously to approve the amendment to the purchase and sale. That was former members Wicks, Rogers, Rattan, Peralt, and current chair Hirsch all voted aye. So they were aware that there was more there, but these executive session minutes were tied up, and Mr. Gadare provides a memorandum saying the site is clean. Don't kind of blame him, he would be a layman. Essentially, the site is clean. As Mr. Berger says, to the layman, the site is clean. If the deputy and the chief misled town meeting, then wouldn't the members, the former select board members in the room, they didn't tap them on the shoulder, they didn't say, hey, wait a minute, or wait, a little bit of clarification. The 4 of them were in the room. I've looked at the registration records for that town meeting. Nobody said anything. So, we brought these 2 men in front of us to try and assign some blame to them, but you go ahead. I mean, if you think that there was something misleading there, that they weren't explaining it as lay people, that the site was clean, then there's plenty more blame to go around. You could pass some blame onto those select board members who sat in the room and didn't say anything, and let them say what they said, if you think that this was big misleading statements that they made. Even the statements made in town meeting are backed up by the test pits that were done. The deputy goes over that. The chief then later comes back and kind of explains where the deputy was getting that data from the test pits that were done for the drainage. So it's explained. Again, I don't blame the select board members in that room for not saying anything, because again, as lay people, as Mr. Berger explains, it's a clean site. That's how it's explained. That Mr. Berger's not explaining it, they are. And you're hearing it, you're hearing them explain it. Nobody said anything. I don't have a problem with that. The site is essentially, as lay people can say, it's clean. You can build a house on it. You can garden on it. You can build a playground on it. It's essentially a clean site. There's a lot of there's test pits and aggregation of that data and this and that there's a lot more explanation that can go into it. But everything I'm saying could apply as well to the FAQ, not just what was said in town meeting. So if you're to parse blame and say that these gentlemen misled town meeting, well then keep going, because you can expand that to members of select board, current and former. You could expand that to town administrators. You could expand that as far as you want to go. And that's all I'll say.
So you're saying that, okay, you're saying that the board at the time of purchase probably should have asked more questions And you're. and
No, it
you're-
was explained. It's, I mean, I haven't read a transcript, but it's in the minutes that it was explained. And it was a unanimous vote of aye to amend the purchase and sale.
It was a unanimous vote, and what I'm reading, October 18th, 2021, is there was an update. The board was previously informed that the seller wanted to remediate the site to the level required by the DEP, which is lower than the standard in the purchase and sale agreement, or he wanted to pay the town to pay an additional $150,000. Mr. Credere reviewed the draft amendment to the purchase and sale to resolve the dispute regarding the applicable standards. The agreement specifies governing regulations for a cleanup and incorporates the DEP requirements of the mass contingency plan. Where does it say that the board knew that the site was probably not going to be really clean?
Well, but the site is clean to the Mass DEP standard.
Okay, and I think that's a good point. I think that's where there's a lot of confusion. There was the DEP standard, and there was the mass contingency plan standard. And there were probably other standards. And you talk about lay people deserve to have an explanation that this site is clean. The DEP said it's clean, but it might not be, but it's not clean by other standards. Jacob, you've studied this more than me. Am I saying this correctly and simply enough?
That's absolutely correct, Madam Chair. And I want to be clear as well, which I think there's no disagreement on this, and I want to be clear for the public listening. I don't have any concern that even what we've removed was a health issue. That's not the concern. I believe that it was. To my friend Mr. Tejan's point before about the aggregation, I'm not saying the LSP did apply the method wrong. Because he told us about how that method averages the numbers. So on the average of those numbers, it was under the M1RC standard. But if you look at what they're trying to assess is a risk, a significant risk of its health and environmental issues. And I'm not claiming, I'm not asserting, I'm not alleging, I don't believe, as a matter of fact, that and I've reviewed the information and the test results really closely, I don't believe it is or was a health or environmental issue. All the lead, arsenic, all those numbers, they were zero to, undetectable. And even the petroleum that was found was relatively low, such that under the DEP standards, it didn't amount to a significant health risk. I accept that, and I'm not challenging that information. I think that's all correct, and we should all be real happy about that. But that didn't answer the question of, is there contamination on the site? Because there's another reason you'd want to know if there's contamination on the site. Because when you got to excavate it, it's a whole lot more expensive to get rid of. And I don't think the town was given all of the information that officials of the town knew, as the evidence I showed, I believe, makes pretty clear, that there was widespread residual contamination on the site. I think that if the FAQs would have said at the next line, but by the way, we know that there's widespread residual contamination on the site that doesn't present a health issue, I think it would have been a complete, fully truthful, accurate, informative, non-misinformation, non-disinformation statement. If the presentation at special town meeting would have included the test pits all came out negative, nevertheless, we know the LSP has told us that there is widespread residual contamination elsewhere on the site, but that doesn't amount to a health issue. Because I understand we're concerned about the health concerns, and I agree that that wasn't the concern. But to me, it presumes that that's the only thing that the people care about. I think some residents also care about how is the removal of widespread residual contamination from the site when it's excavated going to affect the project budget, and we are just seeing the results of that.
Any other comments from the board?
Just to answer one question you had, Madam Chair, from August 10th, 2021 executive session minutes, former town administrator Gadare does say, or at least in the minutes as presented, he asked that the board entertain a possible compromise in order to move forward with the closing, reduction of purchase price, would reflect the fact that the town's position that the purchase agreement calls for complete remediation, but the seller is objecting to a level of cleanup beyond required by DEP regulation. He would consider the means of compromise for the town accepting the cleanup at mass contingency plan level. Again, there was a motion and unanimous yes or aye. So, again, I just feel like if we're claiming that these gentlemen misled town meeting or people in Northborough, I think you can make, following that logic, you can expand that to others in town government and town administration, not just them.
So, okay, thank you for your comment. I would just say that I think to simplify the problem here, the problem is that we either, when we give information, important information like this, we have to assume that we have a very knowledgeable resident base. And I personally feel that we all deserved more explanation, more detailed explanation. So, are there any other comments from the board? Okay, and you gentlemen have said that you will have no comments, so
Well, I
thank you
said we
very much
wouldn't-
for coming.
So I said we wouldn't answer. I will make one closing comment for you that this is all good information. It's not new information. We look forward to giving the full context of the information the next time you see us.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I would,
Madam Chair, I move that we continue this discussion to our next scheduled meeting.
is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
No.
John?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay, so 4 ayes, 1 no. All right, all right. We are going to look at the agenda now. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you.
And it was very nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Bye,
Sam.
Yeah,
Thank you.
be in touch.
Okay, let us have a minute to get our papers together here. Okay, so, let's see. Next on the agenda is public comment. And we have someone ready to give public comment.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
This is a process question, maybe before your lawyer leaves.
Oh,
You try.
It has nothing to do with the substance of the presentation at all. It just has to do with confusion for me personally, that the complainant is Mr. Jones, but he's a member of the Board of Selectmen. Will he need to recuse himself for any votes when it comes to this, since he is the complainant? And I'm also just wondering in process, why didn't you all discuss this and vote to bring this forward instead of having him as complainant? Why weren't, this is a confusing, I think for me and probably a lot of people in the community, how it evolved this way.
So anytime there's a complaint against a town employee and the chair receives the complaint, it's her discretion whether to place it on the agenda. In exercising that discretion, she would look at the nature of the complaint, the evidence to support it, to decide whether it's justified to place it on the agenda. And that, in this case, she did, and we placed it on the executive session agenda to allow both gentlemen the opportunity to discuss this matter in executive session outside of the public view. And so that's what happens here. That's the typical process of how it happens. Sometimes if there's a debate regarding whether to proceed to place it on the agenda, we can have sort of a preliminary meeting, but that also would implicate open meeting law requirements of having the employees present. So you would have a sort of a pre or preliminary meeting to decide whether to have the executive session.
Okay, then how about Mr. Jones being the complainant? Is he actually the complainant in this? It seems as if it was stated this evening that he was to be perceived to be that.
He is the complainant as far as I know.
And he is a member of the board, sitting there making a presentation as a board member instead of as a complainant. If I was a complainant, would I be sitting at the board making the presentation?
So can I comment for my own self?
Sure.
I would like to continue with town council and just continue with trying to understand if he should consider recusing himself from further votes in regard to this, since he is the complainant.
Sure, that's a fair question. So any member of the public is welcome to make a complaint. What then happens with it is up to the chair. Mr. Jones is a member of this board, a 5-member board. He can decide whether he wants to participate in the discussion and possible vote on what action to take in response to the complaint. He can decide to recuse himself. But if he participates, he has to assert that he's going to do so in an objective way. To answer your question about if you were the complainant, typically no. If you are the complainant and you're not a member of the elected board, then you would not be invited to participate unless you happen to be a witness, in which case you would be allowed to answer any clarifying questions or provide testimony. And so this case is somewhat unique because
Okay.
Mr. Jones is both a complainant and a member of the board.
And as a complainant, should he or should he not, or can he not take part in an executive session in regard to this issue?
He is eligible to participate in an executive session, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I would like to ask also a process question for you, Madam Chair, if you would consider going straight to the schools. They were due to be here at 8 o'clock, and the superintendent is here. And you have really, really important issues to discuss tonight in regard to the educational system in this town. I do believe all of us here hold in great esteem our schools, and they need the time and thoughtfulness that you have given to this particular situation.
Thank you. Yes, I was thinking about that, but actually, Superintendent Martineau, you're on for 8:30, so I'm going to continue with the agenda as planned. Oh, but we have more public comment. Okay.
Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm just going to change it up because I do actually want to go home and watch the football game. Please raise the price of the bags for the trash program. We need to sustain that program. We need to get it out of a subsidized budget item. I'm a senior on a fixed income. I put out 2 bags a month. It costs me $5 a month. The Tidy Town is about $700 a month. So I don't want to go to Tidy Town. I can afford $10 a month. And I think that the majority of older adults, and I also chair the Council on Aging, though I'm not speaking for them, I am in tune with what the older adults' priorities are. I can afford $60 more a year in bags much more easily than I can afford the calculated cost of my share of the subsidized bag program of over $700,000. And I also, out of respect for those of you who do want to spend $170 every 3 months on your Tidy Town totes, you shouldn't have to be subsidizing my $5. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I admire you for so few bags.
Hi, Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. Thank you very much. A couple of quick comments about the issue that just took place. The memo that Mr. Tejan read, that memo was distributed to the select board while I was chair, while you were on the board. That's all we saw about the matter. Important thing to realize is that the LSP did not work for the Fire Station Building Committee, which at that point hadn't met in 2 years, did not work for the fire station or the fire department, worked for the town administrator. The town administrator who received that information said it was clean. The department heads work for the town administrator. They're clean. It's perfectly okay for them to say they're clean because they've been told by their boss they're clean. That was repeated again. Another prior town administrator, not you, Steph, when we had this vote at town meeting. I don't understand why the issue is just because we have a town administrator that isn't here anymore. You're going after underlings to the person that said it was clean. The other thing, it's embarrassing for the board. If I was still sitting on this board, I'd be incredibly embarrassed to have one person take over for the entire board for this entire topic. This is one board member's complaint. There was no discussion that took place as to whether the board backed this complaint. This appeared on the agenda as if it was a complaint of the board. This was a complaint by one member. And I don't understand, Madam Chair, how you gave one member the opportunity to sidetrack and create such a mess of important issues before the town by allowing this to continue. Also, during this topic, there were a number of text messages that clearly took place between the audience and members of this board. I strongly recommend that this board consider a policy that cell phones go into the drawers so that the audience and board members are not communicating, because then additional people become voices for public comment at times where you have not allowed public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, I don't believe we've met.
Robert Tev, 13 Thoreau Road, Northborough, and in full disclosure, a 30-plus year member of the fire department. I'm going to commend Mr. Tijian's responses about the deep concern about recruiting a new fire chief and seeing what is going on with this board currently. I have to command a shift of 7 firefighters. They watch. And I'm deeply saddened to see where we are. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your service. Hi.
Hi. Susie Sislika, 8 Emerson Road. I wanted to comment. I'm going to speak as a board member of 2 different boards tonight. As a zoning board member, I just want to say that I would not consider myself a layperson when I receive reports. I did see a lot of reports come in. I'm not going to speak on the fire department, but I did take concern with a lot of the comments that were spoken, like about a layperson or a layperson this, or you're on the select person, you're on the select board, you're just a layperson or whatever. I take a lot of time when I get reports. I'm not an engineer. I'm on the zoning board. By nature, I'm an attorney. I've worked in all different types of attorney. I was a municipal attorney at one point. I'm real estate attorney for a long time. I've worked in insurance defense. I've worked for black mold cases. I've worked on car cases. I've done basically every different thing. Employment discrimination. However, when I get a very technical case, I seek out the experts. I spend a lot of time. I take my zoning position very seriously, and I'm sure all of you do too. Like I'm appointed to the board, and I don't consider myself a lay person, is what I'm trying to say. So I like to think that when you're on a building committee that a lot of people might do the same, and I would like to think that the building committee, I took offense to that statement, basically, and I'm assuming that many of the select board members would too. So there's that. Also, Mitch, I've texted you during select board meetings, and you've taken my comments, like, don't forget this, or think about this. So, I mean, come on, put the phones in the drawers. I use my phone as a computer during meetings because I'm on the computer. So I'm just saying that. I mean, don't take offense to my comment, but I was just thinking that. Also, I want to speak on community affairs. So I'm good, because I don't know if I'm going to stay for the whole meeting, and I'm not cutting into your time. But it's Kindness Month next month, so we're going to take a happy turn for a minute. It's Kindness Month next month, and I want to challenge all of you. It's going to be time for my coffee hours. I would love for all of you to do a coffee hour, and I would like to advertise them not just to get people out and to come and meet and make a new friend, but if you have a topic that you would like to do, even if it's uncomfortable and cringy, as my kids say, or something that you would like to think, like I know some people from the town common are looking for new members for the town common committee or the decorating or stuff like that. Think of things to recruit people to come. That would be great. Or any other ideas on how to spread kindness, I can send out the flyer because we're working on revamping that a little bit. So I would love to see all of you, and all of you. I challenge all of you to attend one of my kindness hours. I would love to see you. So thank you. So
Thank
that's
you very much.
that's my other. I'm ending on a happy rainbow, heart-filled note.
Hello.
Hello, Madam Chairman. I have a couple of things, and I will try to do my 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Being a former member of the Select Board, excuse me, I did a lot of asking questions, and I did a lot of research. And the one thing that I did find was that there's availability for funding from the state. And the funding comes to clean up sites as this. And the site had actually used it once, I think in the 60s or the 70s, where you list yourself as a brownfield, and you go to the state, and the state gives you X amount of dollars to clean up your site. And had John Coder, at the time, wanted to approach that and save money that way, as opposed to saying, well, we just won't pay as much for the properties, that might have been very helpful. There was a lot of talk prior to this site being built on, that there was concern of contamination. There's concern of many things, water runoff, location, but that should not be a surprise to anybody that talks about, well, it was supposed to be clean, because there's different levels of clean. There's just some different levels of what the EEP does, or the DEP does, or any of them. And it was my understanding that when it was called clean, that it was clean for a certain use, but it was not clean for residential use. And I did bring that up in design review, and we talked about that. So that there's a couple of different things that are at play here. I don't think anybody feels that their fire department is singled out. I hope not from the other side. I think that as a select person, we represent the people of Northborough, and we are the voice. We are the ones who are responsible for doing research and finding out what the real deal is. And I think that in prior years with a prior administrator, that wasn't afforded as well, or they felt very confident that he was taking care of things. So, so when the questions did come up and were asked, and there was an awful lot of disappointment that we were not able to speak at town meeting about our questions. You and I were asked a question. I was not given the opportunity to speak on it. Both you and I, and even John Ray, got up to answer whatever questions were asked of us. We weren't really allowed to make those statements or allay anybody's concerns. So I don't think that it's out of line to go down a little bit of a road to open up the doors for more information. I don't think that's a bad thing to do. I think that's, again, transparency. And I do wish that we had less anger, so much anger all the time, when you're just trying to do the job that you've been elected to do. So I do hope that, you know, we can kind of get past this. I do find that we have, all of our departments should be treated equally and fairly, and given the needs that they have, they should all have the same amount of the apple. And I think that we are walking into a really bad tax time. And there's so many of us who are not going to be able to do extra things. I'm glad that a former senior is able to spend as little as she does for her bags, and that she's capable of doing more. Maybe I'll ask her to pay for mine. But I do think that, you know, when you speak here, you speak for yourself, and certainly not the general public. But I appreciate the time you've all put into this. And I wish that we could do it in a way that was not so angry. And I'll leave it at that note.
Thank you very much.
And the second thing that I wanted to mention was, I was going over the minutes, because I was reading the packets this weekend, and on the November 17th minutes, on page 5 of 9 pages, second paragraph, it lists the percentage of assessments, the increases that were coming forward. And it said the single family was 6%, the condos were 5%, the two families were 14%. Or actually 14.85%. Commercial was 2%, vacant land was 17%, and the industrial was not listed, but it was a -1%. That I am a owner of a two-family, and I didn't get the opportunity to ask, why double digits? How did we get from 6 to 14? And there was only one, I want to know what the criteria is used for that 14% for two families. And perhaps I have to go to apply at the tax office to have a reassessment done. I'm not sure if that's my place to go. But this amount was come up with, only one house had sold that they used for a new growth value for a two-family. and it resulted in an allowable tax levy growth. So that's a little concern of mine, too, that this amount was used for a levy limit for the fiscal 2026. And I need to get some more information on that. So
Yeah,
if you can steer me,
This is definitely to the assessor, right?
okay?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
thank you. Okay. Again, nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Run.
That be all right?
Do you mind if we do the motions while? Okay,
Oh, you mean like the minutes?
yeah,
Sure, we can get those done first.
okay. All right, a short recess has been requested. I'm sorry, 3 minutes, okay? We'll be right back. Are we? Okay, we're continuing with the meeting right now, so, you're being recorded. All right, I have made a decision, I hope the board agrees, that we're gonna skip over the minutes. We're going to move right to, the discussion about Crawford Street and Church Street. And then we'll go to the superintendent, and then we'll come back to sidewalks. Are we all in agreement?
I'm totally good with
Sounds
that,
like a
Madam
plan.
Chair, as long
Okay,
as we
great.
do them, can we do the meeting minutes at the end?
Yes,
Because some of them are getting a little bit
okay.
stale, so.
All right, so, Mr. Charpentier, you will tell us about, and Mr. Pierce, you will tell us about why you would like to reduce the speed limit on Crawford Street and parts of Church Street, correct?
Correct. Good evening, everyone. So I'll try to make this as brief as I can. I know you have a busy
It's
agenda
okay.
today.
It's okay.
So we had 2 citizen requests come before our board, both for reduction of, well, one was for reduction of speed limit on Crawford Street, and the other one, the gentleman actually had a bunch of suggestions for Church Street. After review with the board, I'll start with the Crawford Street one. I believe it's 30 miles per hour right now.
Correct.
On Crawford Street. The request was to drop that to 25. We did review that with the police department, and they had signs up, so I don't know if everyone knows, but those little flashing signs that give your speed limit, they actually capture the speed data, and the police department is then able to look at that data to see what the actual speeds that people are traveling on those roads are. What they found was the average speed was anywhere between 35 and 40 miles per hour on that street. The concern is if we did a true speed study on that street, generally you go with the average. So it would be a increase. It would be a recommended increase on the speed limit on that street instead of decreasing. This board is the only ones that can actually overrule that. So that's why we didn't decide to go with a full-blown speed limit study on the street. We wanted to come in front of you first. My board had a vote of 5-0, recommending that we bring this forward to the select board.
Discussion. Anybody think it's a good idea?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Thank you.
I'll put just, to be really quick on both of them, I tend, my personal, having driven both, my personal opinion is the Crawford Street, I'm kind of inclined to support that one.
We're
And
just discussing Crawford
I
Street
know,
now.
I'm just, so I don't have to talk again and you don't have to hear from me
Oh,
again.
okay, all right.
The one I'm kind of like against, but but I still think, even if we're voting for one or both of them, my 2 cents would be, I would really think it'd be a good idea if we took the information, had the discussion today, and waited one more cycle with saying specifically what the changes are on the agenda. I know we're expecting people to read all the packet, and they should, and they ought to, because the information's all in here, but I don't want to have to hear, wow, this was blown through, and I understand, and I've watched your meetings, which have been properly posted and properly debated, and public comment considered. I just want to make sure no one can accuse us of not giving the public adequate notice of the change we're going to do, so they can tell us if they don't want to. But with that comment, I'm kind of inclined to support the one and a little more questionable on the other one. That's all.
Would that have had to be a public hearing?
I don't,
No?
No.
It's not required. It's
I'm
not
just,
required.
my comment is just more for prudential
I
reasons,
understand.
not legal reasons.
Laura?
So full disclosure, I live right off of Crawford, and if I don't vote for this, I have a lot of neighbors that are gonna be really angry. This has come up a lot. I appreciate all the thought the Traffic Safety Committee put into it. As a regular pedestrian on these roads, it's really scary, even when cars go by at 25 miles an hour. So anything that we can do to, make people slow down a bit, I fully support, even on Church Street.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
I don't live on Crawford, but when I drive down Crawford and I see somebody running or walking, I say like a little prayer for them.
Thank you.
Because of the, of how fast the cars can move down Crawford. So, yeah, I'd be supportive of moving on this tonight.
What's the plan for signage to,
We'd
Alert.
purchase new 25-mile-an-hour signs. We'd put message boards up at each end. The West Main Street end would be a challenge. We'd probably have to get rights from one of the neighbors to put a message board somewhere on the roadside to notify people, speed limit change, 25 miles an hour. I'm sure the police can put something out on Facebook and likely put the flashing temporary flashing signs at the portals and at the West Street intersection, so that people are aware of it. And I'm pretty confident the police aren't going to be out there in full force flinging tickets left and right on the second day. We'll get the information out.
How long would those signs stay up for?
We could put the message boards out for a couple of weeks. They can be out there forever. But the small battery opera ones that you see attached to the utility poles, they have a battery life of about 2 weeks. They will give you the 85th percentile speed. So like Bill was saying, in the event we wanted to do an actual speed study, that's the number that DOT approves, the 85th percentile. That's why 90% of our communities don't do that and ends up going too high. And then when you see those signs and they're telling you your speed limit, then they went off, that's because the police ought to do that intentionally. So when you're over 15 over, they don't encourage you to try to hit double zeros. So it's not that they don't work.
So this is kind of a data-driven board. In 6 months, with those signs, can we get information about whether people are reducing their speed, or maybe there's something else we have to do?
Yeah.
Again, they have to put them out every 2 weeks because the battery only lasts that long.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can. They definitely
It'd
can.
be kind of
That would be up to
interesting.
the police department to do. Yep.
Okay, all right. Any other discussion? Comment? Okay.
Sally 13 Maple Street. I live on a very busy street, very busy, and it's dangerous because we're neighbors, and we walk our dogs, we walk our kids to school. I think that it's prudent to try to do something, and I'm glad to see that the traffic safety was in favor of bringing down Crawford Street to 25 miles an hour. We could do rumble strips again, we could do speed bumps if they're not going to comply to the request. The fines would be higher because they'd be going faster than what they're supposed to be. And I don't think it's a bad idea to try whatever you can to do that on streets, especially like Crawford, that is so dangerous, doesn't have a lot of guardrails, has drop-offs in many places that are very dangerous. People have gone off the cliff. So very prudent there. And I know Church Street is kind of a mixed bag on how it's felt. I think that coming off of 290, it's hard to realize that you're coming into a lower speed zone, and that perhaps signage that says reduce speed ahead could be put up. You also could, again, do rumble strips or something in an area where it gets people's attention, even if it's just on the side of the road for a little bit, and brings people back down to the fact that you are driving through neighborhoods. They're not highways. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready for a motion. Mike?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I move that the Select Board vote to revise the speed limit, the full length of Crawford Street from its current speed limit to 25 miles per hour.
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Jacob, what's your vote?
I'll vote yes. Yeah.
Okay. John?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, now tell us about
Very
Church
much.
Street.
Church Street, so again, citizen brought this up for review. Couple of things I want to mention. We're not asking to change the entirety of Church Street. All we're asking is for, what was the address that we have?
From downtown to approximately number 122 Church Street, which is maybe 600 feet outbound of Colby. One of the reasons, primary driving factors, is that utility pole that gets replaced every 2 or 3 years. The cross slope of the roadway there is between 5% and 6%. Standard crown on a roadway is 2%. So that would qualify, 6% cross slope would qualify as almost the highest super elevation you're gonna get on a highway. Highways max out at 8%. So it's a very dangerous curve. And the idea is to slow people down coming out of town so they don't meet the pole again and again.
Thank you.
A couple other items to keep in mind as well. The speed limit coming off of the highway on Church Street is 45. It drops to 35 and then stays 35 all the way into town. On Whitney Street, it's 35 until you hit Washburn, and then it's 30, and then it's 25 before you get to the intersection with Church. So what we're doing is we're matching what Whitney Street already does. So we're matching that speed. We asked the police department, they do not have speed data for that area of Church Street. I had here the telephone pole. I also want to, I don't know if anyone, if you've ever dropped off your kids at Milliken and then come down Church Street, you've got the sunlight right in your eyes as you come around that corner. So slowing people down coming around that corner would help as well. So that was the reasons why. On my committee, it was a 4-to-1 vote. The one person who voted no stated that the only reason was because we did not have data from the police department.
Do you have support from the police department?
We have support on all of them from the police department. You know, the police department would sort of do whatever is recommended.
Okay. And let's not forget that when that pole goes down, power goes out to a lot of people.
Right. Yep.
Okay, discussion. Mike?
Just one question, thanks, Madam Chair. Regarding that pole, is there any realistic way to put some type of water barrier or deflection barrier so that,
Concrete.
well, yeah, that's another issue. Right, something that could deflect a vehicle without destroying the pole, or is that not realistic?
No, there can't. This came up with the select board probably 2 years ago, maybe 18 months ago. You need a certain offset between a fixed object and a guardrail. Guardrails are designed to, what you just said, deflect. They give a little bit and push you back in so you don't hit the obstruction. So there needs to be an offset between the fixed object and the travelway. I spoke with National Grid. It would result in the relocation of possibly a dozen poles. Pole locations have less than a 5-degree deflection that they're allowed to have without having them bend over like bananas over the next 10 years. And that's a pretty long straightaway, with that pole being the first one. So you'd have to amend a lot of the geometry there. I went out with our National Grid liaison to look at that.
All right, thanks for confirming.
You're welcome.
Okay, Laura?
Thank you for looking into that poll. That's definitely a nerve-wracking one with the hits. And I just know with Milliken kids, when they're walking up and down that section after school, that area is so nerve-wracking. So I definitely think lowering the speed limit is something that I think would be helpful. I appreciate all the thought that the team put into it, and I like that it's going to match the speed limits from the streets that feed into it. But ultimately, and then there's kids that are riding bikes around there that are not really making great choices. So at least if everybody's a little bit more aware, maybe it'll be safer for everybody. So thank you. I fully support this one.
Thank you. Jacob, do you have concerns?
Yeah, so I don't try to not be a supportive team member here, but I would, like the person who dissented, maybe I could get on board with more data. My concern and what I think, I view this one different from Crawford Street, is this one is one of our few direct off-ramps off 290 is onto Church Street. We don't have a lot of situations where we are taking direct interstate traffic onto one of our, I call it one of our main roads. I drive on there quite a bit, and I do think it's appropriate to have the reduced speed from the 45 to the 35, but I think an additional 25 on such a main road, especially without data, I can't get behind it right away. I saw that we have a lot of, like 700, I think I saw, from the police department of pullovers for speeding in that area. I don't doubt it. But to me, if the issue is people are already speeding in the existing speed limit, then issue tickets for the people who are speeding on the existing speed limit. Because if someone driving 35 miles per hour isn't the one causing the problem, it's the one speeding at 45 in the 35, now we're turning the person going 35, which is a manageable speed, I'd say, at some points throughout there, pretty manageable. You're now saying now they're a violator by 10 miles an hour, even though it wasn't really the 35 mile an hour drivers we were worried about, it was the 45 mile an hour drivers. So I'd say with the pullovers we already have, maybe be a little more aggressive with the citations on that, in my opinion, and maybe collect data, put up some signs, collect data, and then ask me later, and maybe then I'd jump on board. That's my 2 cents there.
But I think your argument is that 25 miles an hour is just a safer speed. You know,
Especially
there's
you're coming
those-
into the downtown area at that point, right? And so you're coming into an area, like Laura said, with, you know, lots of people crossing the street or lots of people, you know, walking. There are a lot more sidewalks there than there are up in the 45 and 35 mile an hour zones.
There's those great pictures of if you're at 25 miles an hour versus.
Oh, gosh, they're not good.
Yeah.
I will say, though, those sidewalks also don't have a lot of, like, there's not a lot of distance. Like, the sidewalk is the road, so.
Yeah, there's no closed drainage down there, so there's no sidewalk reveal. If there was closed drainage, you could put a curb in there and elevate
Yeah.
it, and you could probably even lift the sidewalk up a bit.
Oh, and
to-
I'm
to
not
reduce
complaining,
that
I'm not
super
suggesting
elevation.
that, but just to
Yeah.
like,
Nope, and it's a viable, observation. The Pleasant Street intersection that we've been talking about under the Complete Streets program, that whole corridor where the kids walk, that's part of that 25-mile-an-hour zone. that
yeah,
we're talking about now.
exactly.
And is the recommendation from Colby Street to Route 20?
It would be from number 122.
Just about, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's about 600 feet outbound of Colby, kind of where you get to the tangent.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Let's see, Laura, would you like to make a motion?
Sure, I'd love to. Madam Chair, I move that the select board vote to revise the speed limit on Church Street from West Main Street to a location approximately 500 feet west of Colby Street.
Second.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Mike. Laura, how do you
Aye.
vote? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jacob?
No.
I vote aye, passes 4-1, just like your,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
all right,
You guys.
thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and Scott, you'll come back for sidewalks?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick around.
Thank you.
Could we, I mean, is it, well, I was gonna say, would the chair entertain moving that to the next meeting so that he doesn't have to come back?
I would definitely entertain that, because I think we'd like some good discussion about
Unless there's
that.
something that's time sensitive on it.
Yeah, Scott, we can put it on the next meeting.
There's nothing time sensitive.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay? Okay.
Okay. All right, so, hello Superintendent Martineau. Welcome to our meeting. And you are going to present the school budget?
Yeah, so I'm going to give some high-level highlights of where we are in terms of the budget process and talk about next steps. I know it's a bit unique that I'm presenting the budget at this point in January. Typically, I present in February or March, but I think it's important to give you a snapshot in time of where we are.
Great.
I also will share that, we teach in school not to cut lines. So,
Oh, no.
although I appreciate you asking us to go before Mr. Charpentier, we're not modeling. But I also just want to highlight Mr. Charpentier and the team's work. They wake up early with us on those days where there's weather to help make good decisions for our students and faculty and staff.
That's awesome to hear.
Thank God you weren't Wachusett superintendent.
Yes, yes.
So you've heard.
Yes. So first, with me is Becky Pellegrino. She is in the audience to answer any of the questions I cannot answer. But I just will begin by saying that, really the budget process is a vehicle to try to impact what happens in the classroom with our students. So we see it as a vehicle to try to accomplish the goals that we've set forth. And we have a strategic plan, Vision 2026, that really is our North Star. And from that Vision 2026, we set our action plan for the upcoming year and really try to think about what we want to accomplish. So the budgets that we're presenting this evening are really centered around what we're trying to accomplish in the upcoming school year. With that said, it's an iterative process. We begin early in September, as I know all of you do as well. And we really think about, what are our current needs? What are we trying to accomplish? And we do have an exercise where we think about what if money was not an issue or not a constraint? What would we ask for? That's primarily an exercise. And typically we get to a point where it's what are we trying to protect? What programs are we trying to protect for our students to maintain the high-quality program that we have? I will share that the budget process thus far has been very challenging, and it's felt different than in prior years. I think that we understand we are one department in the context of a town, so there are many departments, and we always take our role in terms of helping the town bring forth balanced budgets, knowing very well that the school is the largest department and the largest portion of a town's operational budget. We did present last week, I believe. It feels like a long time ago, but it was last week. We did present a superintendent recommended budget to the Northborough School Committee. And that was a 7.75 increase over fiscal year '26. And with that said, it is a reduction of services. It is not a level services budget. It is 8.4 less full-time equivalent employees doing the work that we set forth. In terms of why that is the case, why we're at this point, really is some budget drivers that we're experiencing. First and foremost, we're responsible for educating all of Northborough kids, making sure that they get what they need to be successful. And that is our mission, to educate, challenge, and inspire all students. And we do a lot of great work around making sure that students are educated within our educational system. We have very specialized programming in all of our schools, and really to make sure that all peers have access to programs that meet their needs alongside their peers. With that said, we still have a subset of students who receive special education services where we cannot meet their needs within our educational setting. And as a result, through the educational IEP process, it's been determined that they need out-of-district placement. And that typically happens in a private setting or a collaborative setting. And in addition, it requires specialized transportation to make sure that our students are getting to those programs. So we really have 3 budget drivers where we have an obligation, and a moral obligation, and a legal obligation, and to educate students. The first is our out-of-district tuition is increasing significantly over FY26. Our special education collaborative tuition has increased significantly, and also special education transportation, so getting students to and from programs. So in terms of those increases, I'll give you a highlight. We are seeing an increase in special education transportation over FY26 of a little over $246,000 over fiscal year 26. Out of district tuition, we're seeing an increase of $724,000, and collaborative tuitions, $337,000. So those 3 increases combined equal 1.3 million. And when you look at our overall budget ask of a 7.75 increase, that increase is $2,323,314. And of that increase, 1.3 million is meeting special education obligations of students.
Greg, I'm sorry, could you repeat
Sure.
the total again? 2 million?
So the budget increase is $2,323,314.
Thank you.
That's a 7.75 increase.
Including the 1.3.
That includes our special education obligations for out-of-district, collaborative, and transportation. One of the reasons why we're seeing this kind of mismatch between these costs and what we typically receive for educational funding for special education, we received $800,000 less in circuit breaker funding, which is a mechanism to support cities and towns to offset some of those costs, than we did in FY26. So of that 1.3 million, $800,000 in circuit breaker, which we would have expected or anticipated, we did not receive that. So that's one of the challenges that we're facing. When we look at what we expect in circuit breaker, since FY21 through FY25, it's ranged from 1 million to a little over 1.3 million. This is the first year where it's, the amount we received was 475,000. So significantly decreased. We have investigated why, and our submissions were accurate and timely. It's just the state funding formula didn't support us in the way it typically does.
Sorry, I can wait till later. Is that because the formula changed or how they applied it changed?
So it's applied to students. So the funding formula is based on the students you have. There's a mismatch. It lags a year. So the money we get in FY26 is based on FY25 students. The money we're receiving in FY27 will be based on FY26. So there's a misalignment between the students who are receiving the money and the actual students who are in front of us.
So if I can just real quick follow, as I think our finance director explained this pretty well in one of our previous meetings, that it seems like if things go as expected, which is an if.
Yeah.
The next year, we would expect that it would include what we think is missing regardless of course, we can't predict our need next year, but as for this year, we're expecting that they would catch us up for this year.
Correct. So we project out what our circuit breaker reimbursement will be based on known students. What we can't predict is if there is a student who moves in, primarily an out-of-state student who has significant needs, that money is not captured in the reimbursement. But we do anticipate that we'll see a more typical circuit breaker reimbursement that we can apply in the future years.
Have the types of programs that these students are
Needing?
needing, have they changed? Or are they be sending more students to the existing?
They've become more expensive.
Okay.
So in terms of tuition, that is set by the state. So they have seen significant tuition increases year over year. At one point, it was, I think, 3 years ago, it was a 14% increase on what we already considered an expensive amount for our student placement. We do have students who require residential placement. Those placements can range anywhere between $600,000 and $800,000.
And do all towns have this requirement?
Yes.
Can I ask a follow-up? I think I know the answer, but I'm just gonna try to ask it anyway, and I don't wanna get into what the needs are or anything that could identify anything specific, but I assume the district that, we're talking about K through 8, everyone,
Yes.
I think, yeah. Has done some kind of analysis of, what would it cost, we're not able, these are beyond our capacities today, but what would it cost it to make it part of our capacities based on the last comment you made about it needing residential care? It sounds like it's probably cost prohibitive to provide it internally, because I'm looking, then you also remove the transportation costs at the same time. But I assume you've thought of
Yes.
these things and.
Yeah, so I think anytime we can create programs where it allows a student to attend school with their peers, we do. And I think that's one of the strengths of our community and our school system is we have a number of programs. We do look to see if we can create a program to bring a student back for economic savings, and also to make sure, again, a student is being educated amongst peers. But the students that are outplaced typically have significant needs, and we've already tried.
Okay.
And the team has decided that an out-of-district placement is in the best interest of that student, meeting that student's needs.
And these are needs, not interests, right? If someone has.
No, these are needs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so I think that we are, with these increases, it's been challenging to get to that 3% target. We did hear that loud and clear. From where we are, the school committee did ask us to relook at the 7.75% increase, and really to try to have a level services budget and not reduce programming. And when we talk about that, it doesn't mean we have the same number of people doing the work. It's just making sure that the same level of programming is happening for our students and what they have opportunities to experience. So the message really is, there are a few line items that are increased significantly that is impacting the FY27 budget. I think our projections for FY28, I think we are anticipating our circuit breaker will go back to what we typically see in terms of our trend line, and hoping that this is kind of a one-year challenge that we're facing.
Any questions, comments? Thank you so much for the update.
Can I make one, I'm sorry, I don't mean to. We met with our insurance advisor, And we gave, as a board, some indications of things we'd be interested in, but it requires the Northborough, Southborough Committee and the K-8 Committee to all get on board with that. I'm just commenting to you, if you could take those under consideration. It may be too late to make those effective for our 2027 fiscal year, but they're changes that, you know, it's never too late to make a change that's an advisable change. So I would, for myself, ask you to just give due consideration to those on your committees as well.
So we are working in partnership with the town on plan design. And, you know, Barslow, who I know you've heard from, basically in order for us to achieve the savings, the town of Southborough, the region, and the town of Northborough all have to kind of come to the same page, and we're committed to that. I mean, it's significant. So, and just thank Stephanie and Jason. We meet regularly, have conversations around the budget, so they've been great partners, and, you know, we meet frequently, probably more frequently in the months ahead.
Not too much, not too much. Do you mind just, oh, are you, I thought you were almost done.
Do you,
I just want you to tell them the good news about the roof.
Fix
Yeah.
itself?
What, about what?
The roof, that's.
Oh, the roof, yeah. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so the latest cost estimate that we received from our project manager is that the total roof, and I don't have the number in front of me, the total roof cost is 5.7 million. That's gross MSBA reimbursement. So MSBA reimbursement's about 48%. So the total cost to the town will be anywhere between 3.2 to 3.4 million, depending on final cost estimates, which is.
Was at 8, so that's good.
So
too.
it's still a lot of money for a roof, but a much more palatable number than what we were talking about a month ago.
Is there still a repair on the budget? Or not?
For
B school?
Yeah,
the,
that's
so
on our
that,
capital.
yeah, so that would be a capital warrant article.
Okay.
And that is a partnership with MSBA through its accelerated repair program. So whatever expense the town, you know, incurs, it's a 48% reimbursement on the cost.
Mike?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Greg, for coming in and the presentation. Just kind of my thoughts of where I'm at. You know, in general, I think Northborough is the community that it is because of our school system. People move here because of our K-8 school system and the level of service and education that it provides. So I think it's very important when we get this type of news from our superintendent that we kind of look long and hard on it. The state funding that we're going to wait for, right, it's not coming in time, right? The cavalry's not coming. We're going to have to probably figure out a way out of this year ourselves. Kind of where my head's at in general is the idea of, I don't know, Stephanie, if you know, looking at that 1.3 million, is there some way we can concoct something with free cash, emergency fund or reserve funds or something?
We're waiting to get all of our numbers together, and
Okay.
then we're definitely going to see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly, speaking for myself, would be supportive of at least coming up with a plan that would utilize those funds within reason.
Yep.
To attack that 1.3 million. Greg, if that entire amount was able to be covered from another funding mechanism outside of your budget, what does that then look like for the 8.4 less full-time employees?
Yeah, so 300,000 is a percent on the overall budget. So that would be 4%, which would bring the 7.75 down 4%.
Thank you.
But your question was about the employees, was it not? Or,
Well, it sounds like if the town was able to provide that level of additional support to its school system, that we wouldn't be looking at a loss of FTEs.
Correct. I mean, so primarily we'll look at attrition, so retirements.
Right, you'll find a way to get to
And
that number, which you
again, the
guys are
school
good at
committee
doing.
tasked us to go back and make sure we're not losing program for students. So I would imagine that 8.4 would, you know, be lower, but through
Right.
attrition and retirements, it still would be, you know, less employees.
Independent of the 8.4, I do like the way you're thinking about it's a one-time increase in cost for the town.
Right, you don't want to set up a structural deficit.
Yeah, no
but
structural
It doesn't
deficit,
sound
but-
like that's kind of what we're
Yeah,
saying.
but there's been a lot of indication that we're conservatively reserved.
Yeah.
Some of the conversations we've had. But I think we should think like that for things that have these characteristics of one time with a catch-up.
One of the things, and I totally aligned with what Member Tejan was saying earlier, and I agree with Mr. Ray. We did move the $200,000 in general stabilization fund. I think where it ended up, maybe by accident, but it was on the carry forward to next year, if I'm not mistaken, unless it got put somewhere else. But
We're jumping into the.
sorry.
Stealing his thunder, Joe.
I'm just saying, since we're talking about it, I'd be like, this is exactly the kind of 200, it's not 1.3 million, but you're only gonna get, it's like, as I say, it's small numbers add up to big numbers. You can't attack the big numbers and to talk about small numbers. And so 200 is not all the way there, but it's something that I'd be in favor of saying, let's consider that as being attacking this. It doesn't dip into our reserves. It avoids making a reserve payment that, as I talked about before, we may not need because our reserves are healthy, but this would be an appropriate place to reallocate that, from my perspective.
Laura?
I fully agree with being creative in how we're going to look at this. I really don't want to lose any of our staff. And first and foremost, whatever we need to do to protect them and what they do for the students is critically important. So I appreciate the heads up early and coming and sharing this information with us so we can all bear this in mind as we go through these next budget discussions.
I see some people from the school committee. If now would be a good time if you have any additional comments or not. What? Okay.
Although it sounds like Greg May sold us, so maybe.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I am Kristen Willems-Tejan, 30 Osier Ave. I serve on the school committee, and I thought I knew our schools well since I grew up in them and I have kids in them until I got on the school committee, and my goodness, there are a lot I did not know. But I have been continually impressed with Greg and his entire team for the last almost 3 years that I've served and how dedicated they are to serving the students, to making sure that the students have the best experience they can, that they have not just everything they need, but everything they need to thrive. My oldest is now in 8th grade, and again, year after year, I see things that I'm like, wow, I would never have thought of that. I can't believe they did that. It's so helpful. And they are also always conscious of the budget and are we using every dollar wisely, because they are very appreciative of the money that is entrusted to them to make the school system great. So I'm very glad that you were all very receptive to hearing the presentation and helping the school system this one time. Because I would also add that as I'm a faculty member at a college, and I do see students come in with dreams of being a doctor, going to medical school, biomedical research, that's my area. And so many of them, too many of them, struggle because they were not prepared by their school system, and they stumble, and then they never get back up. And it breaks my heart to see them give up on their dreams and decide they should do something else because they didn't have the foundation they needed. And given more time, they maybe could be, and some of them 10 years down the road turn around and go, no, that is what I really want to do, and now I can do it, but so many of them don't. And if we allow a deficit like we're talking about without the extra help, you're talking about programs dissolving, as Greg had described, and it takes so much longer to build than it takes to knock down, right? So those programs disappear. I'll give you an example. When I was in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, I did strings, something that I recently learned my husband never knew about me, and I played the violin. And that strings program ended at some point and was never available to my kids until our 3rd child was in 2nd grade last year, and after many, many years of trying to get that in the budget, and it never fit, the school committee and Greg and his team had finally succeeded in getting it started. and she loves her violin. And she is so excited to play that violin that we would not have been able to give her the experience of otherwise. And she's voluntarily doing it now in 3rd grade and is part of that first strings program that's going up each grade. So it has taken years and years and years for that to come back, decades, I think. So that's just one example of how when things get eliminated for budget reasons and all good intentions, if they come back at all, it's like a generation later, right? Much longer. So I appreciate your thoughtfulness on this and your openness to finding creative ways to challenge these budget challenges that we're facing all over the place right now. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of next steps, I'll just share that we are working internally as a leadership team, fine-tuning our numbers. We're also putting together our budget books with detailed information around line item budgets and enrollment data, so we will share that in the weeks and month ahead. The goal is to present the superintendent's final recommended budget for the school committee to approve at its February meeting. So, thank you.
And then do you go before appropriations again?
Yes, well, and then we have appropriations, I think Jason said probably,
The date you gave, I think we threw a date out there, but.
I think we said March, early March, so we have,
Beginning of March, yeah.
yep. But thank
Okay.
you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Bye.
All right, so.
Property tax discussion?
Oh, I think it's, well, Jason's,
Yeah, I'd like to move him up. Is that,
Okay.
is he doing property tax discussion? Yes.
yeah,
Let's
he
move-
is next.
Does anyone object to moving?
No, I think he was supposed to be.
I
No,
think
he's next.
we are, right? That's where we are, yeah, property
We're,
tax
we're
discussion.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
We're on
property tax
Yeah, we
discussion.
let Scott
There
go
we go.
home, but
We're
Jason still.
back on track, okay. Are you also going to do budget update?
Yeah, I think that's what's a little more important on the agenda. So if we just skip something, we can not talk about the property tax
Okay.
discussion, but I can go through this quick. I just wanted to, if I have everybody's attention, I sent a memo about some statements that we've been hearing. And understandably, this year, taxes went up significantly. They went up about 10% for most people. So a lot of the confusion about the bills and the tax bills comes from the system in general, and it's exacerbated by it being a larger tax increase this year. The way the system works is we get a preliminary bill first. This isn't in the memo, so I'm just prefacing this for why we've seen an uptake of calls in the assessor's office and the treasurer collector's office about the tax, because the tax bills went out during December. And we've seen an overwhelming number of calls from people because they're concerned about their taxes, obviously. And it's understandable because it's a larger increase this year than most years, because the debt exclusion related to the fire station is the most significant single piece that got added to the budget this year. So the way the mechanics of it works is we have 4 quarterly tax payments. So when we talk about a budget and a tax bill at town meeting, it's for the next fiscal year in total. So when we get a preliminary bill, it's based on the prior year. So supposing you had a $10,000 tax bill, which is close to the average, in FY25, and there was a 10% increase to FY26, that would be an $11,000 tax bill. Your first 2 quarter payments are going to be $2,500 because they're based on the prior year, which means when you get your actual tax bill, there's a true up to it. So it's more significant than it seems, and then your next year's bill, even though the taxes will probably go up for the year, because they go up almost every year, there will be a leveling effect because it'll be based on a quarter of the year before. So I just wanted to kind of explain that concept of how the true up happens with the actual bill. And that follows the tax rate being set in the fall and the classification hearing and so forth. So again, we're hearing a preponderance of calls coming into the treasurer and the assessor's office. And I just wanted to address a few points that related to this, because Next year, I mean, I'm sure that the pressures will be the same. I mean, we're going to be funding, we have a lot of talking about overrides and so forth, and debt exclusions. There's another debt excluded project that's going to be coming up, which probably will recommend doing the roof, even though it's less as much, but it might, probably will not be able to have that undermine the town's Proposition 2.5 levy capacity, so that would probably suggest that being a debt exclusion as well. Coming in the future is obviously the Peasley School, which is going to be a significant project, you know, whatever the scope of that is, as it's determined through the feasibility process. So again, at the hearing, there was a discussion about the classification hearing in November. There's a discussion about the split tax rate, and I'm sure I wanted to put some information together about the number of communities that split their tax rate and so forth, because I know that discussion may be ongoing as we go along. It doesn't increase our Proposition 2.5 levy capacity. What it does is shifts the burden onto the commercial, industrial, personal property class from the residential class. So that's the first purpose of this memo, was to put together some information behind that, because we generally, every year, we've adopted a single rate, and you know, it's been based on the Board of Assessors, and everybody, the Chamber of Commerce comes and recommends adopting a single rate. So again, first part of this was to put some information together about the split rate, because people are talking about it. So one point I would make about the split rate, at the last page of this memo that I put together about the property value information, there's a list of the communities in the state that have split rates and what their FY26 tax rates are. So again, just to point out our neighbors that we typically look at and compare ourselves to, I mean, we have split rates in Berlin, Hudson, and Marlborough for local towns nearby. You know, I'd point out that Marlborough's commercial industrial rate is $18.43, while Northborough's is a single rate, so I think it's $14.82 is the rate in Northborough. So if we were to compete with Marlborough, like simply all things being equal, they would have to offer them a TIF to lower the tax rate $4 to match the taxes they would pay in Northborough. So again, it can be seen as a business-friendly and development-friendly concept to offer us a single rate. So that was the point I wanted to make about how we're considering tax increment financing deals to encourage business growth here. We would have to do so more in the event that we had a split rate, because it would equalize the rate for the commercial industrial class. One of the other points I wanted to make was that full fair cash value, that term has been thrown around a lot. That comes out of Mass General Law for assessments. And what I say, that's not my opinion. What's full and fair cash value, that's the states, when they've certified our values, they're telling us that the values in our assessments are full fair cash value pursuant to the law. So again, the state certified our values to the reval process. It's a more in-depth process that happens in the fifth year, the reval year. 26 was the reval year, so that was the more intensive look that the state took at our values, and they certified them. So again, I would say that we are assessing pursuant to full fair cash value pursuant to Mass General Law based on that certification. So the other thing that I wanted to bring up was the timing. The valuations are fixed in time based on the Mass General Law around assessments as of January 1st, 2025 for FY26. So the sales that they compare that to are a year leading up to that date. So it's a time fixed in the past, but our current year FY26 assessments are based on that time period going into the past. So
that would be, sorry, just to
put a number
on it. So that would be, for the bills people just got, the valuation they just got is based on sales of 2024.
Correct.
Leading up to January 2025.
January 2025. And that's typically how the sales that the state looks at to certify our values are looked at. They're looked at the year preceding that date that's fixed by law. So
again, we've frequently, somebody will pick something out of like the paper and say that this business property sold in Northborough and it's assessed this much less than what it sold for. And generally, it's the timing that's related to that, the timing of the assessment. The other thing that I wanted to do is offer some data, because I know some other things saying that the residential values were over market and the commercial industrials. What I wanted to share was this is what's from our system behind the scenes, where all of these ratios are between 96 and 98%. So that's where we're recertified by the state, that we're consistently making efforts to fairly assess property taxes. So that was the point I wanted to make about offering that data. This comes out of our system. It's kind of hard to understand, so hopefully it's not too confusing. But again, the state certified our values at somewhere between 94 and 98% when they look at our values in our mass appraisal system compared to the actual sales.
Just a clarifying question. So
sure.
Methodology differs too, I believe, right? So our commercial industrial properties may be valued on the income approach versus what transacts, and my house will be, assessed at whatever transact in 2024 that looks like my house is going to be, or Jacob's house or anyone's house here. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yeah, there's different methodologies.
And then,
yes.
Yeah. So, and then the second piece is commercial and industrial is broken out, but that's just for like theater, I think, because I don't think you can have commercial and industrial rates that differ. On your list of communities with split rates, fiscal year 2026, the last page, we've got residential, commercial, industrial, and personal property rates for all those towns.
Yeah. I don't. That's how it gets displayed. I took this from the state's database for data, so that's how they list it. But there could be different rates for commercial and industrial based on the small commercial exemption.
Okay.
That's one of those small options that's presented
And
to folks.
it just happens that there's not one on this list that has the
Yeah,
characteristics.
I don't know, John. I didn't look through the list to see if there's.
But
any
we
that are-
can't specifically create a rate that differs for commercial industrial and just change the category rate.
Not arbitrarily, no.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to say maybe there's something on here.
Oh, it's a simple formula, they probably do it, but my eyeballs say no.
I don't know why, but looks like the town of Irving has a 1613 for their personal property and 1614 for industrial, but that could be the result of special legislation and them trying to do something with the formula to equalize it or something. But yeah,
Well, I still see
typically.
commercial industrial at 1614, that example, the same on Irvine.
Where are you?
Oh, I just found one that had different numbers.
Which one
but-
is it? Can you point me there?
Well, Bellingham is one and Irving is the other one.
I don't think so. I see commercial in 1945 and industrial in 1945.
Oh, yeah, commercial, industrial, but the personal property.
Personal property.
Personal property is different. Yeah, my specific question was commercial industrial, not personal property.
Yeah, I don't know, John.
Okay.
I don't know why why those would be different and why they wouldn't just put them in the same column. But
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure. Yeah,
I don't know either.
okay, cool.
But anyway, so that was the point of that. And then the other part of this memo was I wanted to update where we were with the, quote, affordability measures. Oh, yeah, before I move on to that, I wanted to talk about, it was mentioned that the town is losing commercial value over time, whereas, it's actually been the opposite. The town has gained commercial value over time, and a lot of people view the commercial development in general as being value that defrays the cost of residential taxpayers of bringing in commercial value because they don't use the same amount of services that residents do. So that has been, and again, I don't want to debate that point and whether people agree with that or not. That's typically been the perspective of the Chamber of Commerce. But regardless, bringing value into the town defrays costs for taxpayers because the more value that other people, it's a bigger pool that it's being spread over. So that's the point, is that the town had somewhere, in the 80s a value back in the 2000s, and then the town brought in Northborough Crossing, they brought in, you know, the warehouses were built and so forth over on Bartlett Street. So over time, the town's brought that mix down to about 75-25. So there's been a shift in the makeup of the town's values, where the commercial industrial has taken a larger role of that over time, over the past 20 years or so. So more longitudinal view, you can kind of see that. And it's a messy graph, but it's at the end of and you see that the residential values have gone up in a lot of the other communities as a percentage.
Which page are you on?
I'm sorry, if you flip to the end.
Okay.
The second to last page.
Is it this one?
Oh, yeah, I'm at this messy graph toward the end.
Oh.
Yeah.
This-
Yeah, you're looking at the one.
This one there.
John, yeah. So, yeah, so you see that there's an upward trend in a lot of our neighboring communities, and Northborough has kind of a trend downward.
How do we read this graph of residential value percent? What does that mean?
That's the percentage of residential values versus the total values, taxable values for those communities.
Okay, I see. Got it. And then, okay. And then there's another one here, this graph of state ranking of average single-family tax bills.
Correct, yeah, that's amongst our neighbors as well.
Yeah, this one, I mean, you guys, I mean, you know, this is when graphs are tricky, right? You do it over 11 years versus, like, if you just did the same one from 24, you wouldn't see a steeper acceleration in any of our neighboring communities on a single-family tax bill than you see in Northborough over the past 3 years. So if you did that, people would be like really concerned, but you don't really see that in this graph because it's like, you know, because of the scale. But like, look at 24. If you just did 3 years on this, it would, and then you did projection in 27, like, it would be a code red for people to say, hey, how do we afford to live in this town? Because I could afford it in 24, but how am I going to afford it in 27, 28?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we're comparing to our neighboring communities and where you can choose to live, if it's in this general region, we're still within the, you know, we're have been historically below Westboro and Southboro, but we've been above all of the other neighboring communities in terms of single-family tax bill, and we're continuing in that bandwidth. I mean, it's just where we fell data-wise. We're 58th in the state for ranking of tax bill.
So we're the 58th most expensive in the state. Is that what that means? What's 58 mean?
58th highest tax bill in the state.
That's where you don't want to be top of the class.
Right, because, I
Out of
mean.
350?
Out of 351, yeah.
We're 58?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we were 55th in 2020, if that makes anybody feel any better.
It does, thank you.
But we were 74th 2 years ago, just pointing that out.
It's
Right.
going back to that, what did we do to ourselves in these 3 years? But I mean, because we still haven't tackled these hard capital projects that we've neglected, and now we've got, besides the fire station, I mean, but we've got more than the fire station in front of us. And we're just seeing, like, the frame of reference of a family that moved here in the past 3 or 4 years is like, what did I do? Did I pick the right town? Versus understanding what their tax bill would be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe some of the other towns that have higher rates that
I
are
don't
above
know.
that
I mean-
may have already done all their buildings.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say. I mean, I picked Northborough for a lot of reasons, but the tax acceleration in Northborough has been, in the past few years has been, I would argue, I would love to see that. I bet you if you look at tax acceleration in the past 36 months, we might be head of the class. I don't know. We don't have the data.
Yeah,
But,
I don't.
Jacob and I had Jacob and I,
Yeah.
we met, and, I mean, I've always been a bias towards a single tax rate, but then when I learned more about how we value things and you get more educated on it, and you look at some of the advantages some of these large companies have in terms of how they can get a 1% decline in industrial when we're seeing these huge increases, it's hard to get your head around, and you can justify it. I mean, you can say, you can do the math, you can do the methodology, and you can justify it, but it starts to beg the question if we can afford a single tax rate. But that being said, and it's hard, you don't want to penalize the small businesses in town that have it, like, that's not the goal, so I don't know if there's economic incentives there, but the industrial companies in this town are getting a great deal for the location they get. And those markets, when you look transactional, and I know it's not how we value it, but if you look transactional, you would see those that they should have huge assessment increases, but we don't, because they supply some financial information and they're advantaged, and we look at it and like, oh, okay, you're going down. So that's something we won't solve it tonight, but this single versus dual tax rate conversation has got to have more robustness to it as we figure out what fairness looks like in the town.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to debate fairness
Yep.
or whatever.
But just,
I think
but
the
it
full
does
fair-
play into this with the data. There's obviously you do have it listed out with commercial and residential and a bunch of graphs. So
Is the methodology set by the state?
Well, we have to have defensible methodology, and it's similar methodology that's used by all the communities. So when they review the values that we've set, they look at how the values are calculated, and that it's the same methodology that's used.
But Mike had a
Oh,
hand.
I'm sorry. No, I was just gonna say, it's tough because as Lee had pointed out at our meeting about this, it's, if you move that tax rate, you do get some juice from it, but then you sort of have to keep doing it. So like once you adjust that tax rate, the impetus then is to keep doing it, to try and keep juicing the break towards the residents. That's why you end up with the community of Hudson, where it's sort of way to one side. I kind of, right now, prefer the idea of trying to find more investment. The idea, the way I think about it is we're running out of space to grow out, so we have to kind of go up to encourage commercial industrial investment for the existing businesses that are here, to try and move the tax burden with new growth and new investment rather than adjusting the tax rate. The more we can get this sort of, as Jason said, sort of ugly graph or whatever, like the more you can get that to kind of to continue to bend, to lower that percentage of residential, I think is a way that, you're trying to shift that burden onto industrial commercial without shifting the tax rate. So that's kind of how I see it.
If the tax rate can only be discussed once a year?
Well, the tax rate can be discussed any time, but the classification, the decision has to happen at that meeting before the tax rate can be set.
we can make a decision tomorrow and then implement it back in the fall, I guess, is what.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
But the point is that's a hearing at which that decision is made and discussed at that hearing, but it can be discussed any time. I mean, we're open to talk about this.
Check it.
In defense of the messy graph, thank you. I think I'm partly to blame because I asked us to include a few more towns that we weren't including, so I wanted, maybe that was why, but thank you for including some more towns in this. I know it makes
no problem.
I know it makes the graph a little more busy, but it also gives us more information and, can see through the busyness. So thank you, and I'm not offended by messy graphs. One thing that I just wanted to make sure, I don't know that I heard you say it, I know you would agree with me, but for those opening up their tax bills, the select board didn't set what that rate was. We only set what the split was between classifications, which is we decided no split between classifications. It's all one, all the same.
Correct, yeah.
And so the math that went behind that rate was based primarily, in fact, basically solely on the budget that was passed in town meeting in April of 2025.
Correct.
So for folks who are worried about this for next cycle, we're making the sausage, so to speak, for when people open up their tax bills next December. And so it's difficult because there's a big time lapse between April and when you open your tax bills that resulted from April. But would you agree with that?
Correct, yes. Yeah, that's completely true. And then I would say, the next wave might be people that have their taxes escrowed. So when their bank pays their payment for them, they make their mortgage payment, they set an escrow amount every month. Your escrow may get readjusted because your escrow could be in deficit because they paid the first quarter tax bill. I mean, the first actual tax bill that's due in January.
And the town, just so everyone knows, I think understands, the town doesn't control how mortgage banks do their escrow analysis and when and how they do that, right?
So it's confusing because we get a lot of calls around the actual bill and every year, but it's been exacerbated this year probably because of the additional increase. And again, as we know, most of it's related to us doing the big project and assessing debt for that.
Thanks.
Well, I know that the people who are answering the questions on the phone have been very kind and very clear.
It's a great staff, and I would say if you have a question about the valuation of your parcel or property, call the assessor's office. They're great at finding comps and explaining where the numbers come from. I would just, if you have any question, a lot of people anecdotally don't like the tax increase, but they agree that their house is worth what it's assessed when they open their bill. So that's the other point I would make.
Have we seen an increase in people appealing?
We won't know yet till the end of the month.
The deadline's in a couple of months.
The end of January.
Not encouraging that, but just.
But again, residents, it's in terms of the town's financial health. If we shoot for the moon and assess all of the commercial industrial way more than what's defensible, they'll come back. They're incentivized to apply for abatements because there's fewer of them and their values are on average higher than the single family home. So a lot of them have attorneys that work for them as tax reps that will apply for abatements, for the sake of just applying for it. So if we have good numbers, then they're defensible and that liability is limited.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Should I sit back down again? Or?
Sorry?
I think the budget discussion's on for next.
No, it's,
Item.
We have a memo. Is it for this one or next one?
yeah, it says budget
Oh.
update.
Oh, yeah, okay. Not to be rude, can you really?
Yeah. So again, I just want to dovetail to what Greg went first, but we did talk to Greg about what his budgets were when we're crafting our budget model and working on adjusting it. This memo, I provided some historical information about health insurance to show where we are and why that's such a pressing matter and why we're working with the JPA to potentially enact some plan design changes. We've had one meeting with the Insurance Advisory Committee, which is the heads of the unions and a retiree representative. And their role is to provide recommendations related to the health insurance and plan design. So the hope is that they will be on board with any plan design changes that are decided as we meet and work with the JPA. Again, you met with Susan from Borislow at this meeting. We've met with her a number of times, or met with that team a number of times about talking about the renewal with Harvard Pilgrim. Our claims, you saw the same data that we looked at, where we're looking at a high increase of medical costs. So again, last year, it's spelled out in the memo where we talked about how we thought we were having a 10 to 12% increase in health insurance, and we were in the midst of bargaining with the collective bargaining groups. So we were going to weather the storm of the 10 to 12% premium increase in the active plans, and then that renewal came back at the end of February at 25%. So that's precipitated the change in consultants to Borislow, and they're recommending a 12% renewal. So we're trying to figure out, as we work through the budget, making sure that is going to fit in the budget, the 12%. So the 12% came as a recommendation, came through relatively early from them, and that's what guided us to push our local receipts and work on some other things within the budget to come up with the 2.9% threshold for operating budgets. And we're still hoping for the 12%. you know, in terms of a renewal, but we're working with the IEC into seeing what we can change. We're talking about, you know, we can, from what I understand, we cannot unilaterally offer a high deductible plan. We're talking about adding that, you know, that's an information-heavy option. We're going to be having to work a lot with employees to educate them on the HSA versus we currently have just HMOs with an FSA, flexible spending account, and the high deductible plan would qualify them for a high health savings account. So that's going to be an option that's offered and brought forward this cycle. So we're putting that together, that plan together with the JPA and the consultants as we speak. So again, I wanted to talk about, you know, Greg was here talking about the unprecedented rise in the sped costs and transportation costs. Those are built into our budget model now, and it looks like the shortfall in the budget model is about 1.4 million in terms of using the tax capacity. So we either need to find 1.44 million or seek an override for that at this point.
We'll find out.
Jason, just a question back to the insurance. So my understanding is that if my spouse, if I work for the town, but my spouse has good insurance, there's a monetary incentive to me to go onto my spouse's insurance.
Correct, yeah. There's certain things that, you know, the select board has the ability to enact some policies around health insurance. And one of them that was offered in the years past was that we would offer an opt-out stipend. So that if somebody has coverage through a spouse, they could, if, you know, there's certain rules around it that were to prevent people from, you know, quote, gaming the system. But there would be an opt-out stipend so that if you were going to forego taking health insurance here and enroll on a spouse's plan, or, you know, or someplace else where you'd be covered, you could get a stipend of, you know, I think it's $1,500 for an individual or $3,750. You know, the rules around that were that you would have to have been coming off of a plan that you were on for 2 years. That was some of the rules adopted around the plan, and maybe we could talk about, I mean, that's one of the things to consider, is being more generous in terms of limiting the amount of time, because I would view it as anybody that comes off of a plan as a savings no matter what, not just somebody that had been on it for 2 years. So
Can you look at like how high that stipend should be so that we, you know, it really is attractive?
I mean, we have incredibly generous insurance. Like, I can't imagine the
Anyone
number.
would come off of it?
Well, I mean, it's like, you look at it, I pulled up my insurance against it, and there's no way I'd be like, hey, let's go, and I work for, you know, a $200 billion company. It's like, there's no way it's like, gonna go and say, hey, let's use mine. So I don't know, I don't think that's the silver bullet here. I think one of the things we need to do is to actually go and start having, like we talked about, change our plan design for what, we need an HSA, and then we also need, we need a more market.
Realistic.
We gotta get where the market is, like, we're not dealing in the real market here, we're dealing in make-believe, so like, we gotta address that.
So we did all decide to put high deductibles in, so, right now they're, Borslow is going to Harvard Pilgrim, they're putting together a plan, so we're gonna get quotes on all of those items that we talked about.
And-
So, it's not only the HSA. but-
Yeah, and start to look at plan
So I would
design
say
a little
this
bit more collectively.
too, that our plans, I mean, it's generous in terms of the coverage, but the premiums are high, and we share those with the employees, so they're feeling those as well. You know, that 18% increase that we had this past year, I mean, the people are feeling that in their 30% share of that increase. They're feeling that in their checks. So their understanding of some of that, like the plan design changes that would lead to premium reductions. So again, generally somebody that, say, a lot of the private sector employers offer high deductible plans only. And, you know, if you look at their premiums, they're much less because of the high deductible that's within the plan. So that would be the calculus that somebody working with a, you know, a higher premium, lower deductible plan would pay. So it would be, is it worth exposing myself to the high deductible and doing all the bookkeeping that's necessary with having a high deductible plan, like taking your medical bills and understanding your plan and making sure you know you're making your deductible and adding up your bills for the year and so forth, you know, doing that kind of bookkeeping, is it worth it, but to get the lower cost of the premium, start saving, and you know, all those things go into the calculus, John.
Yeah, I get it. And I think that's part is like how much high covered employees that have high utilization of healthcare are not going to pay the incremental cost that you would, but it would cost the town more. So I think when you look at it, and it's things like, you know, I mean, we talked about this last time, but it's covering Ozempic at no cost at all to.
Well, that's every health plan though. They're all.
It's not.
No.
Yeah, but they're.
Well,
I mean, so let me say this: covering Ozempic for the on-label use is covered. Covering Ozempic because I want to take off 15 pounds as a weight loss mechanism is not.
Yeah, that's.
And that's, and I think that's changing for next year is what I heard when we had our broker here.
Yeah, and that's happening across all health insurance companies. That's not
Not just
us
Harvard.
driving that.
Understood.
Yeah.
But, and then, you know, and then we've got other things with like imaging is fully reimbursed. And when you look at the copays and things like, that's where we're getting stuck is like, there's like $1,000 per employee, which is capturing that we're just not for covered. So anyways, we'll do this exercise. We talked about it. We're not going to solve it tonight, but yeah, healthcare, we need to get our plans updated.
I mean, the other thing that's different about this versus you know, most private sector places is that, you know, we work in a collective bargaining.
Yes. Yep.
Environment. So plan design is something that's bargainable that we need to work with the employee groups. And those co-payments that you're talking about, that's part of the plan that was moved through the JPA at the time, so Southborough and the region both have those imaging co-pays and the inpatient outpatient copay. And adding those co-pays were concessions that were made to limit the impact to employees to maintain the low premium renewals that we had historically leading up to current day.
They were offered several carriers before, and then it was right.
Yeah, that was one of the other changes that happened. We consolidated carriers. We used to offer multiple health insurance carriers with seemingly no difference to the plan design between them, but it was just the networks, and the networks became more homogeneous between them, where, you know, Harvard Pilgrim wasn't that different from Tufts and so forth. So.
Like an antitrust lawsuit is in order.
Well, yeah, there's very limited.
Not from us,
There's
I'm
very
just saying.
limited carriers now, and that consolidation's happened in the market.
Can I chime in? This was a few minutes ago in your presentation. I would like us to see if we can take the 200,000, I'm just a total change of gear.
Oh, yeah. It's
Because I'm looking at, so when you say on our current forecast, which I understand is a moving target, there's a lot of moving things and we got to keep track of them, and everyone understands that. That's one thing that makes this difficult. And appropriations they've had their initial meeting, but as you mentioned earlier, they're going to have their department meetings in the coming weeks. And so that really helps guide this process too, because that's where they talk about their operating budget. So, but with that footnote, you do have on here that, as it looks like right now, unless something changes, we need a $1.44 million 2.5 override. So my 2 cents on that is we got to figure out something else. I haven't seen anything, and I'm paying a lot of attention and hearing what the needs are, but I haven't seen anything, even the ones we heard today. Yes, we got to figure out how to address and pay for those things, but like I haven't heard anything that's changed me from my very, very strong reluctance to an override to be like, yeah, we need to do an override. So the $200,000 from general stabilization that looked like it was being carried forward. If we can plug that into the operating budget so that we have 700,000 of free cash instead of 500, that's 200,000 of the problem. I really would like us to see something about the solid waste subsidy of $700,000. And the other, so just take my bullets 1, 2, 3 for now until I come up with more things, but there's the 200,000 from general stabilization that we aren't allocating. There's something we have to do about solid waste subsidies. Some options were discussed by commenters today. I'm in favor of increasing the bag fee to a reasonable amount. And then it was discussed in Appropriations Committee, and I know you're doing a great job, and thank you, by the way. You don't get thanks for all the complicated things you're managing, and I sometimes come off as a little bit maybe too critical, so I'm sorry I come off that way. But can we do any more pencil sharpening with our budget for receipts, for user fees? We changed the fee schedule for our departments. I know that you do that conservatively on purpose. I'm not criticizing that, but the last couple of years, we've overshot that, and if we can increase our estimate for that, that takes a little bit of heat off. Obviously, we have to hit the number. We don't want to we don't want to project a number we're not going to hit. I'm not, but if there's any space for a little bit more, I don't want to use the word aggressive, but less conservative on the receipts.
Yeah, we're looking.
Yeah,
into
so there's potential for pushing them further. What I want to caution against is that a big reason for the past 2 years where we've had sizable turnbacks as a result of over budget and local receipts is the part of local receipts, which is the investment income. And that's because interest rates were high. We had a lot of money in the bank, and we earned high interest rate on that. That's had a major swing over a number of years, so it's, to back that up, to back the increase, to have budgeted for that and count the increase, we can't do that too early because we have to have, demonstrated returns to do that. Now we're hearing rates are being cut. So it's, it's potentially a source that we could be getting ourselves into a deficit situation with. Then also, again, some of these, like in terms of timing, as we go along, we'll have better and better information as we go along. We don't know state aid yet. We don't know our state assessments yet. Tomorrow, I'm going to the meeting of the Worcester Regional Retirement System. They gave us our overall assessment early, but I'm sure we'll hear from them about when we'll get our actuarial breakouts. We budget 10% a year with Worcester Regional. We're expecting 10.7 based on our overall, but we won't know how that plays out between the enterprise funds and stuff till we get the actuarial breakout, which we'll get soon. The health insurance renewal is a huge factor in our renewals, but again, one of the things on the local receipt side, the largest part of that is motor vehicle excise, and that's on a calendar year basis, so we don't know if we're going to meet our number until generally February is when we know whether we're going to meet our number for the year. So we are conservative on purpose with that because that number has gone down over time. No, again, I think fewer people are buying cars as they were in the past, but at the same time, the price of those cars has gone up. So it could have a balancing effect. There could be more leasing of vehicles, meaning that there's more new vehicles coming in, which are higher on the depreciation schedule because the depreciation schedule is relatively quick. It goes down fairly quickly for vehicles. So again, meeting that number, obviously, a lot of it has 3 million of the 5.25 we have budgeted. And again, I'd make the point too that we pushed them somewhat. We've always modeled them increasing slowly over time. Maybe $100,000 a year as we go along. We pushed them from 4.4 million in 25 to the 5.25 in this model. So it's.
You already are jumping more than you usually did, partly because of our rate increases.
Right, we did in the fall. I mean, I think we explained that when we were setting the tax rate for this year. We pushed the local receipts at that point because we knew what our returns were from the prior year that they'd be comparing to, the state would be comparing to set our rate. So, again, the answer is not no. I mean, we want to be considerate of that and not and not just generate surplus with these numbers. That's not the point of being
Oh, and I
conservative.
know it's not the goal, and being conservative is a good policy. I'm just looking at if it's in between being a little
Yeah, but
conservative versus facing a 2.5 override, I'm in the be less conservative on the receipts that we have a provable history of underestimating.
Right, so.
Especially in a year that we just increased our fees.
Again, throwing out suggestions, I mean, the 1.44 million, I mean, if we apply $200,000 more from free cash, that would be 1.24 million, and then, you know, gets under $1 million if you start pushing it more, and then, you know, it didn't seem like we were gonna get all the way there from just saying, oh, the answer is local receipts.
Oh, it's not, but my point that I made earlier is that big numbers don't move unless you're talking about small numbers. I don't think the solution is find one big number item and fix everything. I think that my 2 cents, and I'm sorry, I keep saying I have lots of sense apparently, is that you can't just say, well, 200 doesn't fix 1.44 million. Well, it partly does. So that on top of this, on top of that, on top of solutions that haven't occurred to us yet, I'm a person who, I'm not gonna dismiss something that solves part of the problem just because it doesn't solve the whole problem. Thanks.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'd refer people to the budget, the detailed budget model, which is the last page of that memo. That has the.
This one?
But, yeah, I was glad to hear Greg mention the numbers. They were the same numbers still. So.
That's encouraging.
And just clarify for me, Jason, the 1.4 override, is that mostly the special education costs that the school went over?
Well, that's
Or
the
is that-
schools being funding their
Right.
current budget, where they're at.
Right, okay. So it's not like on top of what he was talking about, there's another 1.4
Correct,
floating
that
out
reflects
there.
the 7.75 for the schools.
Any other
And
questions?
we do have some good news about schools. Our enrollment went down at Assabet, so it looks like our assessment's gonna go down.
Oh, on that, I'm sorry, I know I talk a lot and people comment about me talking a lot, but there's a school that we pay for tuition for. And we got surprised because the number that we thought were gonna go wasn't the same as the number who went. And so appropriations had to deal with an unexpected thing. I think with respect to that school, we should tell that school, if you're not gonna tell us who's enrolling, you can expect us not to pay their bill when you send it to us. I think the onus should be on them to let us know as soon as possible when they have enrollment information. My understanding, and I could be completely wrong, and I'm happy that we have this option, and I'm happy with residents who choose this option, but I'm just saying, it's a communication issue, and I think the communication onus should be on the ones wanting to be paid. That's all.
I'll agree with you there.
So,
They
if we
pay-
can communicate that to them somehow, that like, I'm not saying we don't pay a bill, but they want to be paid, they need to give us the information earlier so it can be in your plan, which I think is all that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I mean, typically we get notified, but again, the notice was, and I don't think we misread it, but it said something to the effect of, you know, you have one student going into 12th grade, and then.
We ended up with 2.
Then we had 2 in 9th grade.
It's okay, it's okay, you know.
But, you know, we're obligated to pay that bill and provide for that, so that's just, you know, it was just an unfortunate thing that we weren't notified that there was in time to adjust our budget.
Any other questions? Well, thank you again.
Thank you.
Oh, and then, you know, lastly, we've met with all the departments at the financial planning meeting. We've started early and worked through the capital plan. The question will be through the budget process as well is how do we fund the capital plan? Because when we get to the end of that, that's about, you know, $1.3 million short from the free cash that was dedicated toward the plan. And, you know, assuming that the Z School roof is going to be a debt excluded borrowing so that we're not, you know, we're getting to the end of our Proposition 2.5 levy capacity, excess levy capacity in our budget model. So big projects should be, you know, debt excluded, and, you know, it's another way to, you know, enshrine the community's support for a project by having it voted both places on a ballot and at town meeting, at the legislative body level. But how are we going to fund the capital plan as we go along? And that's just a general question. I'm just asking that rhetorically.
Mm-hmm. Good, because we don't have an answer. Okay. Thank you very much.
Right,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Was that short enough?
We'll only
I-
be good
I
for 20
heard-
minutes now, that's
And
fine.
did you? Okay. All right, so next we move on to approve the finalized collective bargaining agreement for the police CIO. Everybody got a copy of it? Is there any discussion?
Can I move?
Any discussion? No
My
discussion?
only discussion is that this is just voting publicly for something we already voted on in
Yes,
executive
yes,
because we believe that's what the law requires us to do.
Would you like to make a
I
motion?
would. I move the select board vote to approve the finalized collective bargaining agreement between the town and the Massachusetts Coalition of Police AFL-CIO Local 165 patrol officers, which fully incorporates and reflects the memorandum of agreement dated October 6, 2025.
Second.
Motion made by Jacob, seconded by Laura. All those in favor, Jacob?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, that was a good one. Okay, next is
For West Main.
for West Main. Yes.
So this is a quick one, too. I gave a summary. We had a joint meeting last June. It was financial planning, appropriations, select board. Everyone had their comments, so I gave you a summary of everybody's concerns. Pretty much in a nutshell, they want it to be mixed use, retail, office space, something to connect the community so people have a place to go. Of course, our restriction is the parking, so that came into part of the RFP.
And that RFP was done prior to contemplating Blake Street coming up again.
Correct, so that was another comment. Don't weigh in on the Blake Street project, just treat them entirely separately. We're going to, go full-fledged right now with how it is at, along Blake Street. So we're not going to consider the Blake Street project when we're deciding on doing something. The question I have is lease versus sell. What do we want to do? Because it was both. Everybody said, I don't know, just throw it out there because we don't know what we're gonna get.
Can I ask a question? She's looking at me, so I feel like she's.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I'm lease or sale, but this is, I don't mean to sidetrack this, but I know we're talking about an RFP.
Yep.
Is it a good idea, or should we consider doing a request for information, which is, I don't know that we've ever done a request for information for this property. Often RFIs precede RFPs. They're not binding. They're just to get market information about anyone who wants to tell us anything about their plans for this property.
I already have a lot of interest.
I know, but like, okay, I mean, so maybe not, but so.
I think we should just put it out there, see what we get, and
Because if I can just, I like the idea of taking advantage of possible interest out there and moving forward as quickly as we can without being hasty. But I'm also cognizant of once we engage the RFP process, we are basically locked in to whatever winner of that process is.
No, not necessarily,
No, not
right?
necessarily.
If
No?
it-
No.
No, if it's
If the-
not,
Yeah, if the
We could
town
not
doesn't want to
choose-
partner
Yeah.
with those types of,
So we don't have to
Proposals.
say
Proposals.
we go with one of them. We can say we go with none of them.
yeah. Yep.
Anyway, that was only my concern is if we engage, like, I want to move this fast, but not hasty. And I didn't want to miss out on an opportunity of someone with a good idea for this property because we jumped in too fast. And so I know I'm saying at the same time, let's.
But I think kind of because I did leave it very open-ended,
Mm-hmm.
so when we put it out to market, we are going to get
Yeah.
whatever interest is out there. So it's
Can-
like,
Can we just, my idea would be, look, public, you're listening, it's in the packet, the RFP is there. If you have anything to say about it, let's vote on this next meeting, and then we go. And so,
Next meeting.
public, I know it's on the agenda for today, but
Did we need a vote today, or?
I don't know that we even needed a vote today, but I would just like, I really want, anyone who wants to chime in on what should be in this RFP should tell us so that we can make sure that their ideas are considered. But to answer your question, Stephanie, lease or buy. Lease or buy. That's my perspective.
Right.
Yeah, I would kind of agree. I mean, I would agree. You know, I think part of the thing we have to do is to find additional revenue streams, right? We're trying to do that with other properties we have right now. I think we need to do it with this one. We're gonna need to do it with the soon-to-be old fire station. You know, I think we need to try and utilize these properties. Granted, you can only do that once, so once you fire that shot, you can't fire it again. But, you know, finding a solution through an RFP that brings some level of income, whether that's through lease or property tax, I think is imperative. You know, I think we need to, as my colleague Jacob said earlier, start accumulating amounts, and even small wins will accumulate over time. So I would be okay with moving forward for an RFP. Let's not move hastily, but let's move quickly and efficiently.
And just,
Oh, okay.
We-
No, you go
board
ahead, and
discussion
then
or public comment?
I can recognize you. Okay. Yeah.
okay. A couple of things on it. I think we should make sure we're clear on, in lease or buy, I'm okay with, that's fine. But clear on like what that lease length looks like. I think we can get tripped up on that sometimes, and there's some benefits to the town of duration of lease. Not a fan of these leases that go 40, 60 years, but like, I think there's a minimum amount of lease length we want in order, was it 27 years? There's a number we need to get smart on up front to make sure we structure the RFP
Right.
for the town thoughtfully if we are gonna go to the lease side, and we should know that up front. Second piece is, I think this is my view, and we'll have to talk with this. I think it would be foolish to do Blake Street before knowing who this buyer is. Not that I don't think Blake Street can be entertained in this conversation, but like, man, it's right there, and who knows what this buyer wants, and so we gotta have that conversation in depth, because we're gonna see this coming to us from CPC, and this had a lot of dialogue around it. But I just wanna get that out there in public, that I do believe, like, we put ourselves in a less advantaged position by saying what Blake Street's gonna be before we know the buyer. But those are the two things that come like immediately in mind. Just make sure we do the work up front and go in smart, as opposed to learning when we're doing it. Like, I felt there's a danger here just to make that we could have new facts presented based on decisions we make on the lease that we just don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the buy is pretty straightforward.
Susie?
Susie Sislicka, 8 Emerson Road. I have a couple questions, and you don't have to answer them now, but things that I was thinking of when you were discussing this. What is going to be included in it? Because you said I'm not a fan of the Blake Street project at all, as many of you know, and this is not speaking as on behalf of the ZBA side of me, but having seen every reincarnation of it, I'm not a fan of it. It's just comes across my desk, so to speak. But like, what is entitled? Because I hold events there. Like, what part of the parking lot is entitled? And if we do say we choose a lease, does the municipality get to use those spots? Because you're talking a lot about downtown revitalization and
Right.
everything else. So like, so we're talking about like events at the town common, events, kids over at Assabet, like all the other places, all the other businesses, and people use that parking lot because a lot of those spots are municipal right now, I believe. Lisa's more the expert than I am, because I know. And Jacob, I've seen the parking lot maps. But so what would be entailed in that lease for those spots, or even a sale too?
Yeah, and that's part of the rating system, so it's highly advantageous if the town can still utilize, the parking spots after a certain time or whatnot, or if they only need so many parking spaces. So everything's listed in the RFP. let's see, I'm trying to find that
And,
section.
and I haven't thought about what would be better or what I would prefer, like lease or rent or buy. Or Jason, you were amazing. I tried following along like with everything with your budget discussion. That was amazing, but not having a packet in front of me, I was like very lost. But you know, because like John just said, like, would it be better for us to lease it or to sell it? You know, I'm not sure on any of that, but those were things I was thinking of, because like it would be a great loss for some of the events, like even on a weekend, like the farmer's market and stuff like that, to like lose
We do
a
have
big chunk
a
of those
Plan B for
parking.
that as well.
Yeah, and even those like, you know, like Sawyer's and all those little things, because if you get stuck, like CVS has become very
Proprietary?
Yes, yes, very, very much so. They have a couple secret spots over there where you can still park and go around to the businesses, but it's very hard to find parking in that area. So I just wanted to like keep that in mind too. But
Yep,
that
is
was
one
that
of
was
the
it.
criteria, yep.
We're not, the parking is not included in this.
Yeah, so the, consistency with Northborough's proposal minimizes demands on municipal parking lot consisting of 40 spaces. Highly advantageous proposal features a mixed use that minimizes demands on municipal parking lot. The parking lot may be used by others during times of reduced demand. Advantageous proposal enables the use of the municipal parking lot by the public for special community events such as Apple Fest in the fall and annual Christmas tree lighting. Not advantageous proposal requires exclusive use of municipal parking lot to satisfy the parking demands of 4 West Main. So that's part of our scoring mechanism.
But if we're just selling the building, we're not selling parking.
So,
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think, and this is great that this is in the rubric, but the point is you sell the building, but they need a user to use the building, depending on what the use is. Let's say they need a special permit. To get that special permit, they have to prove that they have parking, X number of parking spots.
Oh, of course we have to.
No, I know, I'm answering so the question is you can't look at them as independent. They're gonna, depending on the use, they're gonna need X, Y, Z. We don't know what the use is gonna be.
Yep.
But, so that's why I think it's great that it's in the rubric. And so everyone listening, town administrators reading from what's in the packet. The draft RFP was provided in the packet. Anyone interested in this, read the draft RFP. And if you have comments on how it could be better, let us know, because I think we want to get this out the door,
Yeah, I
not
need to-
today, but soon, right?
I have to post it then, okay.
Well, I think it was in there.
We have a public comment.
It's
in the
a part of
packet.
the agenda, okay. But I
It's in
should,
there.
you know what, maybe I should post it as well.
I thought I saw it in the public packet.
You did,
Okay.
but I'm saying that's like part of the agenda.
Oh, okay.
I'm
You
saying
just
to keep
separately?
it up there. you
Okay.
know,
Oh, yeah.
Whatever
separately.
makes it easier for people to find it.
Yep, okay.
Okay, let's hear from Lisa, 13 Maple Street.
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. As many know, I've been very much involved in 4 West Main Street and the parking and the building and yada, yada, yada. I was very happy to hear that Jacob had come up with an RFI, because it is a very complicated RFP. I've worked on the RFP with 16 Church Street, unless it's 13, and gone on with some of them. And what happens is that we have a great idea, we have all these people involved, and then we end up being told, nope, you got to go with this last guy because that's the only person that we got, we have no choice. So I think we need to stop. We need to finish what we're doing with White Cliffs. White Cliffs is still not completed. We still haven't gone before town meeting to find out how they feel about it. We're talking about a TIF with a lease, which doesn't make sense to me. And we are not in that big a rush to not do it correctly. This poor building has gone through this before. And 1975, it had a 40-year lease. They had all these same things. What are we going to do about the parking? They had the use of the parking. Nobody else could use the parking because that whole story was, well, it doesn't belong to us anymore. And for years, nobody's parked there but the railroad and whoever else wants to park their truck across several different spots. And I think that we really need to start to look at this with a little bit more of a straight idea of what can happen, so that it certainly gives people an indication by coming in with the information, as opposed to making that proposal. Now, you have more than 40 spots there, but the way it's laid out, you could get even more. And the pocket park is not necessary, that could be parking. And you could add at least, I don't know, 8 to 10 more spots there when I went down there the other day. So I think that we have to look at this in a very clear way. It would be lovely to make money for it tomorrow, but you're also at a time in a financial confusion. We don't know what's happening on the financial markets. We don't know what's happening with people's homes. We don't know what's happening with the taxes. We don't know how come a lot of our commercial buildings are being put up for auction by the banks. So there's a lot going on right now, right in this period of time, that we have to consider. And in so doing, we have several options too, that you could in fact utilize the first floor and you make it into something there that the town could use. Or you could do first, second, and third and make it an arts community for now and bring people in through an artist community that they could lease part of the building, because we've got the dentist leasing part of the building. But we don't have to keep it vacant, but I don't think that we're ready to make that kind of decision. And I know from experience that RFPs are very, very complicated. And there are things that happen that you weren't expecting. And I really would rather you either put it off or, if anything else, do an RFI. Thank you.
Susan?
Hi, Susan Sartori, 465 Green Street. No surprise. Don't agree with Lisa in regard to, no surprise at all. We have some really big expenses coming for West Main Street. Next year's capital plan, well close to $1 million in upkeep that we need to do there. So we can't just let people come in and have art exhibits and people renting before we fix and maintain that building. And we've also been told by Jason this evening, it's going to be harder and harder to find free cash for capital projects. So I think we're going to be a lot better off as a town if we're able to move forward with an RFP for West Main Street. I also agree with many of you that the pocket park shouldn't happen. I think it's crazy to make a plan for town-owned property while you're still in the phase of trying to negotiate what you will do with West Main Street. I also, having listened to Susie, realize that you do need to do a little bit more communication with the people here in town that do an awful lot for this town and utilize our public areas. I hope that she can work with you and develop a document so that you understand exactly what the needs are to continue the spirit of this community, because she is really the embodiment of the spirit of the community. So please work with her, but please, not hasty, but please move forward. Let's get this moving. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have one question on the RFP. Could we have 2 opportunities to walk through the building?
Two opportunities?
Yeah.
Yeah, just let me know.
I think she has the key. We can go right now.
That's right.
No, I mean,
Maybe
so
not
wait.
right now.
You have one scheduled on February 19th, and that's it. If someone,
Oh, you're talking about
Page
the
7.
RFP.
yeah, can
Yeah, we
can
could,
people
yeah.
organize it privately or something if they can't make that date?
Oh, okay, I know what you're saying.
The site visit.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking RFP wise. I guess I could.
Does
Let's
does
see.
anybody see?
No,
Well,
I
I
know what
think
you're talking
more
about.
chances to visit this, I wouldn't want to exclude a project because they missed the small
Yeah,
window to go.
and I
Okay,
think that had happened once.
okay, let me see.
Anything that
Add,
reduces the silly reasons for people to say, nah, I'm not going to put in a proposal.
add another sidewalk, okay.
Okay, and so it seems like the general feeling is selling is better than leasing. And the criteria, could it be, can you write,
Well,
buying
so
is-
the criteria that I took from all of your comments
Uh-huh.
was the municipal parking. Shoot, I just, hold on. The downtown revitalization, consistency with Northborough's downtown revitalization plan, downtown business zoning objectives, and activation of the streetscape. Highly advantageous proposal includes a mixed-use development with active, non-residential, publicly accessible uses located on the ground, street level, like a restaurant, cafe, retail shop, gallery, or similar use, with upper floors devoted to complementary commercial or residential uses. The proposal clearly enhances pedestrian activity and contributes to downtown vibrancy. Advantageous would include mixed-use development that partially activates the ground floor or provides limited public-facing use while still supporting downtown activity and consistency with a revitalization plan. And not advantageous, proposal presents uses that don't include retail, hospitality, services. And then we had the, the municipal parking that I just went through. We have the degree to which the proposal will provide financial benefits to the town via a combination of initial sale/lease price, value-added improvements, and annual real estate tax revenue. Another criteria.
Could we
was-
add or other tax sources, whether it's meals taxes?
Yep. Okay, meals tax. Proponents' experience with projects of similar size and scope, and then the last criteria was project feasibility, including ability to obtain financing, which is, very important. Yeah, besides that, I really feel like we need to keep it a little bit open, and I do have interest in that building. Yeah, I mean, I'm satisfied as in what the RFP looks like now that those proposals could meet.
And also, like, how do we get this reach out? Like, it's great we have interest, that people understand this thing, that are somewhat tied to the town.
Right.
But how do we get it out more broadly within the state or within the region?
How do we get it in the global?
Or competition.
No, I mean, it's
the
yeah,
better.
you just want to get, hey, and maybe there's sort of, exactly. How do you, it's more of how do you go and just build that awareness that.
Well, that's when you
Right.
post the RFP, right? It goes to,
And it does go everywhere. Anyone that's looking
Right.
for any vendor will go to.
It's like a follow-on story, Northborough's other empty building.
But hey, White Cliffs, we heard from the UK and,
Yeah,
everywhere.
yeah, I mean, no, there'll be pros that are following it, they'll get all the listings, and they're sort of like,
Right.
just getting it more broadly understood that
Yep.
we've got this premier piece of property that's in our downtown, which we're making big investments in, that, there's a lot of creative people that are entrepreneurs that could fit with what we want.
Absolutely, yep. So, yeah, I'm excited. So is the consensus we'll keep it open to lease or sale? Okay, yes.
and we
Yes.
can't say preferably sale?
I mean,
Do we want to say it?
I don't know, I'm okay with kind of keeping things
Loose?
open, looser, just to kind of see what you get.
Okay,
Okay.
So it's
Alright.
what Steph
Okay,
said,
here's a
basically.
crazy question.
Yeah.
Is there any way that we could encourage a prospective buyer to carve out a room for community use?
yeah, we could integrate that into the RFP.
I mean, I don't know what everybody else says, but I know that, people have been asking for that a lot.
I think that's a good idea, to add one more. I know Stephanie's done a ton of work on this. I know it's maybe not, we're talking about it, there's a huge amount of work that's gone behind this. But I think that's a good idea, one more rubric that relates to
So-
ability to reserve some space, or, I don't know how you'd word it, we don't have to wordsmith it right this moment,
It's
but
not a deal breaker, but
advantageous.
No, I think that
Yeah.
makes sense, to put in something and see what you get, a sentence or two that discusses it appropriately and
For
doesn't exclude,
Town
but.
use or community? Like for us, like as in space, or for?
I'd say community use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that.
It's
Like if,
wider.
what that means.
Ally
honestly.
wanted to do a thing there for kids.
That'd be town.
Or Girl Scouts need a
What
place
do we
to
do,
meet, or
community
Boy
slash?
Scouts.
Town or nonprofits, I don't know.
Yeah.
And/or.
I mean, it makes it
I don't,
tricky.
I'm
Yeah, I
just
mean,
thinking, like, if they purchase the building, then, we would have liability in that room if somebody like came in and slipped, and I don't
well,
know.
I think that's where it gets a little complicated, so
Yeah.
I'm not against saying that, I don't know, in a way that, you know, we would like to see this as part of your proposal, but I don't want to exclude proposals that don't have it.
Yeah,
I
and
think we have to be realistic with the building and see what we get and
True.
see what the proposals are and make the best decision.
I do think there's a lot of value in a clean deal. Like, to the degree this thing is like really clean is gonna be easier than trying to figure out, because we're gonna have to have an idea of the space on one of the floors or what we're envisioning or something, or just say it's not included in the sale and it's like everything except this, like, so it.
Oh, that's a good point.
Or, I mean, just to not like exclude ideas, like there could also just be a very favorable lease back to the town of some space for the rec
Yeah.
department, for example.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Or
so,
could it, if it was excluded, if it was not specifically included in an RFP, could it be a question during an RFP meeting, or meeting with the
I mean, I
RFP
guess it could
respondents?
be based on the agreements in executive session, so, okay, hey,
I'm
let's.
saying we
or
can negotiate,
like a tip for blah, 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 in lieu of.
if they wanted something, yes, if they wanted something from the town, they're gonna have to, and that's part of the negotiation.
Right, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I kind of go back and forth. I could certainly see John's point where you don't want to sort of start writing the deal before you even have respondents.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like why I'm intrigued by the RFI, but like I'd have to think about it more to kind of understand what comes our way.
I just think it's such a waste of time because
I know.
it is going to come our way. When we post it,
Yeah, yeah,
anyone
yeah.
that's interested in the building is gonna come to us.
We can leave, like, we can have exceptional access for a month if someone wanted, like, all prospective buyers could come and kind of get we could create. So, yeah, I'm with you. I don't think, I agree with that.
It's okay. I mean, it was just an idea. I'm not,
but I
Well,
think your concern was that if we didn't get acceptable proposals,
right.
we would have to accept one, but we
Right.
don't.
I wouldn't want to just say, well, look, we've had two people express interest, we're gonna go with one of those two without making sure we do a really good job of casting as big a net as we can.
Well, like
We
with the,
have a public comment.
I defer to Susan at any time.
Susan Sartori, 465
Thank you,
Green
Mike.
Street. Listen, I really honestly think that we have to move forward and understand that people that come in to buy buildings put an enormous amount of money into it. And there's going to be an enormous amount of money that's going to be needed to fix it up. And they take their loans out on how much square footage they're going to have available to them. So thinking and putting them in a corner that they're going to lose some square footage is not the way I'd want to sell a project to anybody. It isn't business-like. And these are business people. And it feels good to be able to tell the art somebody's that you know that they could come in and use it for some week or something because they've been asking to do it forever. That's just not feasible with a business proposition, I believe. I think you're all forgetting, too, with the new fire station, we're going to get some community space, too. So when people are looking for community space, there's going to be some in there for people to use.
Thank you for that, because I was thinking back to the financial planning, when it was first presented to us, when we started our financial planning together, that was a big selling point from the chief. He's like, we're gonna make an investment in this, more space than what we need for just us.
For the community.
But that was a big, clear point under.
So the
under Mike.
Susies of the world that are doing something over at the Common could have that be as a point where you go and get organized before you go over to the Common. So there's going to be some community space there. But I wish you would just take this as a business deal and think not so much about all the other niceties.
I tend to agree with Susan on that.
Agreed.
Yeah. The more we've talked through it, and then I'm like, depending on the type of business, like if it's a restaurant with things happening that maybe we don't want kids to be around, I don't know.
Well, as I said, it's not a deal
know.
breaker,
Yep.
but it has been a request in town.
Yep.
And I'm just voicing that. And, if it is a lease, then that's pretty clear. We can say the rec department would like to lease X amount of, it will possibly pay. I mean, okay, Lisa.
Last comment on it. Well, two things. So right now, Jacob had offered an RFI and waited for, another 2 weeks before your next meeting to talk about how you want to handle it. Is that correct?
I think my,
We
Can I
haven't really
respond?
agreed on that.
I kind of think my idea got shot down, but I am kind of sticking to my other idea, which is yes, RFP, yes, everything we're talking about, but please can we say we gave the public 2 more weeks to give us any feedback
Oh,
before
yeah.
we finalize the RFP?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
so
That,
that's a
that could be in 2
compromise.
weeks, yeah. And then the other thing that keeps coming up is Blake Street. Blake Street takes money from CPC and from Complete Streets. And I don't understand why we move forward on something that was already voted down once at town meeting. And we go forward with it again, and it looks like you didn't listen to the public, and you could have it even more of a kickback on that. So it would be better to take that money and use what it should have been used for, is other sidewalks and other things that needed to be done. And that is legal, to do any of the 25 offers that were already on the Complete Streets. But it shouldn't even be on the table. The amount of money, the $1 million, the thought, the process, all that, doesn't make any sense to take that and to take Pierce when we need money to take sidewalks to schools for children. We don't need to take this, we don't even know what this development's gonna be. So then it gets thrown into the package, and then it's like, well, if you're gonna pay for that, then we want that kind of money to come back to us. And that's what I'm saying, there's too much complication in that. So I really think that at the time, I don't know, when you do this, is not to let Blake Street be considered any longer as this great project. Why don't we wait till the building's decided upon before we do anything, and it would be a few years down the road. But it's not gonna be worked on until 2027 anyway. So it shouldn't be an assumption that Blake Street is a go. That's,
John?
I mean, that's coming before us. I think it's been debated among the select board. I think it'll be debated when CPC comes and we go over it. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that, but I personally agree with a lot of your sentiment. But yeah, I wouldn't say that Blake Street's like a rubber stamp.
All right, so I'll take all of those recommendations and,
Can you just, if Blake Street, the project doesn't move forward for whatever reason, can you check with Complete Streets people to to see if we can transfer that money to another project?
yeah, I doubt it, but okay, I'm saying I doubt we can.
Yeah, it seems like we should doubt it, but let's just double check that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Can I make one comment on that?
Yeah.
I will say that Susie Suzuka, 8 Emerson Road again. We were actually in a meeting for the ZBA, and there was a neighbor that stood up and said that her sidewalk was supposed to be done, and the money had been transferred to a big project downtown, because she called town hall to see when the sidewalk was going to be done, and that's what she was told. So
Do you recall
money
what
had been
street it was?
transferred, huh?
What street was it?
Maple.
Oh,
That's still in process.
We discussed Maple quite a bit.
yeah.
Well, she was told by someone in town hall that it had been transferred from,
Oh, that, it was, so it was.
it
yeah,
was going to a
then we were
big
told-
project
Yeah. okay.
downtown. So I'm just quoting that,
Yep, let's get the information, yeah,
so, about the complete streets.
thank you.
But I've already sent my email, I believe, on the Blake Street with all my opinions, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. But just for the idea, if somebody bought for West Main and then they looked out and they were like, I don't want a little park there, and they wanted the parking and they just wanted more parking spots, they didn't want to park, they didn't want a pergola, they would just tear it up. And then we would all be staring at it, and that money could have gone towards like projects that are schools or projects for housing or another park project. So I'll just, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
The next one's quick too.
Okay.
It's just, we wanted to have mock town meeting information sessions, so, show a portion of the warrant and, be able to introduce, what it is on each warrant and answer questions so we can, have everybody educated going into town meeting.
So is this going to be a video or live?
No, it would be live.
Live,
Yeah.
live and recorded.
Yes.
Okay.
What's our current deadline to have the warrant locked down, or whatever we call it, closed?
It's, sugar. Oh, jeez, we just did this.
Sorry, I just
No,
assumed
no,
that
no,
that
no,
date would be
it's,
before the mock dates, which are,
I believe it's April something. Yeah, it's
Well, how does that,
well, I would just assume we would need to have the warrant closed before we did mock.
no, not
information session.
necessarily. This
Or we
is-
could do partial for whatever is,
Well, I think, by this date, it will be. So April 13th, I said, and April 20th, but here's, you might not want this, because Monday, April 6th is a select board meeting, and then we don't have the next two Mondays, that's when I scheduled these, and then the 27th is the, select board, the annual town meeting.
And Steph, how are you envisioning that? Are you envisioning like, the high school? I mean, I'd be surprised if it's we'll be challenged in how many people come to the mocks, but like,
No, I pictured it like in this room.
yeah, I think so, right? I mean, this room probably feels more realistic to
And
me.
of course, we'll have it remote
Yeah,
as well.
I know.
I just don't think we're gonna get a ton of people.
I think we'll get everyone here and
Me too.
some other people, like
Me too.
maybe some people that left.
Right.
They've done it in the past at the senior center.
Oh, okay. Was it heavily populated there? No.
Didn't go, but I know that that's.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And would that be in like lieu of, like the videos and things that they've done in years, we've done in years past?
No, we're doing really good interactive ones. So let's just say, a piece of fleet is being proposed. They're showing, the plans. They're walking out to the old, truck or what it may be, showing the rust, this, that, whatever, and making sure that everyone understands what it is, they can see it with their own eyes and make their decision from there. Yeah, I think Kaylee already started shooting those, I believe, yeah. So it's good, it'll be interactive.
And you're saying concern was having two of them and not?
Well, maybe
for
we,
the board to meet again?
I mean, I guess we could have one.
I thought it could be
we
around
could just
20th.
do one and make sure
20th,
it's
so
not on a
you
major
won't be here.
holiday or anything like that. Are we making sure that calendars are all?
April 20th is April vacation for the schools.
Oh, it is, okay. So how about we say April 13th?
Okay.
Let's say that date, because at least it'll get us closer.
Oops. By the way, I still have your mouse. I'm sorry. I keep grabbing it instead of mine.
So to make this attractive for people,
Yep.
more attractive, is, rather than concentrating on process, can people kind of ask some questions?
Oh, absolutely, that's what
Okay,
it's
so
for.
that, I
Oh,
think
yeah.
that's really important, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. So when we post it, let's, any questions you have about any of the topics?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Absolutely.
Great.
And how does that form work? Like, the select board might not be 5-0, it could be 3-2, like, is that?
Oh, this is, so it's not, you wouldn't be taking votes.
No, I know, but
Oh,
you'd be
okay.
discussing the pros and the cons of the warrant, I would think.
Oh, okay.
So it's not trying to, I'm just saying, like, so you
Yeah.
could have arguments of like, if I was really passionate about something and maybe it was two other people weren't, then I'm motivated to kind of express my things that I like about it.
Yeah.
Is that, I just don't know, I've never partaken in one, of kind of how the format works.
So Lauren Goldberg, we met with her, so she is the, one of the managing partners at KP Law. So she does a lot of these. I'm going to meet with her. Actually, I think she said she would come, and maybe moderate it. But it's a great idea, because you're not only getting all of the warrants out there, you're getting the questions from residents, you're being able to provide answers. If there's something that you didn't think of, that's great for us, because guess what? When we would be on the floor at town meeting, we're going
Yeah.
to be asked the same question. So I will get, the structure, defined better.
I'm just thinking, sorry, not to interrupt your
No, go
thought
ahead.
process there.
Yeah.
Some of the bylaw changes that the planning board's talking about, I don't know which ones they'll end up on.
I emailed Amy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit complicated too, because who's gonna be there. I mean, maybe our planning director would present those, but, anyway, those are all, I guess, just nuances that I'm sure you'll think about of how information can be. I'll say, it would be, it would be great if everyone always agreed on everything, but we don't live in that world. I don't want to be in a situation where we, the town, give all of the proponent information in our information packet and omit, but here's what the dissenters are saying. You know, I just think of in any jurisdiction where I've been, where there's ballot packets that go out to people to give people information, there's always, here's what the proponents are saying, here's what the people not in favor of it are saying.
Wait, are you talking about the video?
Well, I'm not sure what I'm talking about, because, but I see that we are giving a session that's a mock run-through with this. So I don't know operationally.
It would be just like almost town meeting, so if Scott had something on the warrant, he would describe, you know, his needs and why he thinks it's a priority, da-da-da, and then residents can ask him questions.
Yeah, and I'm not proposing we make a booklet like this that I'm describing. I'm just saying conceptually, philosophically, I struggle with the idea of the town just saying, well, here's all the reasons to vote for it.
That's where my head goes to. I don't want it to be a marketing campaign, like.
No, but think of town meeting, essentially, it's not a marketing campaign, but it's, this is my need, this is why, vote
Yeah.
for it, yes or no.
I'm just hoping town meeting is more, like, it was embarrassing last year's town meeting and some of the special interests that came forward.
Yeah.
So like, I'm hoping it's more, to Jacob's point, it's more measured. It's saying, okay, well, here's the implications, here's what it is, and we get that transparency.
Yeah,
We get that out there for people to really learn about it.
Yeah.
As opposed, and that's why I say the value, it's hard to learn about it on the fly when you just walk in and you say, oh, what's on the agenda today, and look at the warrants.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why, I would ask that the videos do a little bit of pro and con. Like, if you don't buy this, if we don't replace this vehicle, this is, using your example.
Yep.
This, this is a good thing, and if we don't vote for it, this is possibly what can happen. Something like that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and I think especially with those planning board bylaws that.
That's what I'm worried about. I'm like, hey, this is what it could mean for development of Northborough. Just to be clear, we changed this bylaw, and it would enable, maybe it's dense housing, maybe it's like, whatever it is, like, eyes wide open what we're doing, and not people being like, oh, I didn't know I voted for that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay,
I agree.
all right. Anything else on this topic?
I just have a suggestion. Susie's just look at 8 Emerson Road. For the mock one,
Yes.
it might be fun to invite if there's like a high school civics class or a government class
I was
too.
thinking the same thing.
Because
yeah.
like they don't have to be 18 to speak, but they might be able to come and ask questions. I've worked with community affairs with marketing classes at Algonquin, and they do mock-up marketing campaigns for me. They did like a market analysis of our town compared to other towns, suggestions on marketing. It was awesome. So it might be fun to like reach out to the principal, Sean Bevan,
Okay.
and see if there's a class that would want to come to
Okay, yeah.
one night, because it was really cool for us and everything. So
Okay,
Thank you.
that's good.
Okay.
Yay! Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple. Years ago, when I was in Arizona, and I think I've said this before, they had a ballot that went out to the public at least a month before the town meeting. And in it, it's just like you do with the state. Here's the article, here's the pro, here's the con. And because we keep hearing comments, well, this isn't the right place to ask that question. Well, this isn't the right place to ask that question. And people to get to town meeting, they're confused to begin with. They do hear just one side. And we've already experienced what has happened with that kind of a show, so to
Process.
speak, yes. So I think it's really, really important, especially because we're so close to override, especially because more and more people are watching now and are aware of really the consequences of not asking the question or not understanding what they vote for. That I think it's very important that we do give them a balance so that they can say, if I were going to go out shopping and I had to buy a car, what car would I want to buy? You know, I might want a Cadillac, but I might have to go with a Prius. Right? It's just, there's so much more involved now. And I think that we're becoming a society that is looking for an opportunity to learn more before we make those decisions. So that it could smooth out a little bit of what's happened at
Shorten
town meeting,
town
because
meeting.
you got to figure there's going to be an awful lot of talk with the taxes being what they are and everything else, that I'm sure it's not going to be more quiet than it was last year, without at least doing some open up the conversation and let those conversations happen. Because you get a lot of one person's idea or another person's idea, and they come up to the podium and they go, well, this is why I like it, or this is why I can afford it. And that's great, but you really want to have a pro and con. Just like the state wouldn't do it if they didn't feel that it was necessary. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Okay, so do I have a motion to have a mock town meeting for Monday, April 13th only, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And if it's very popular, we can consider another date, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which date
John?
did you choose?
Monday, April 13th.
Madam Chair, I move that the select board vote to schedule one mock town meeting information session on Monday, April 13th.
Second.
Motion made by John, seconded by Laura. All those in favor? Jacob?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Next topic is public comment.
Guidelines?
I'm sorry?
I'm lost.
Oh, the guidelines?
Comment guidelines, yeah.
Oh,
The
it's
meta
supposed to be
discussion.
reports. Let's go to public comment, and do you mind?
Oh, do whatever you want, man.
Because Mitch did send us a very informative email, and he's maybe been waiting patient. I'm sorry?
Do you want me to come up, or do you want me to just you talk and then I go up there?
Well, why don't you, well, okay, I'll talk and then you can confirm what we learned. So, for the people listening, we had a discussion about how to make these meetings move more quickly. And one of the suggestions was that we really start to look at public comment and maybe have some guidelines around it and limit the times. But Mitch did an analysis of how much time really is devoted to public comment, and it came out lower than I think any of
It surprised me too. So the board, everyone up at the table has seen this, but most of the public has not. I took your 4 meetings from November and December, which was in total 16 hours of meeting time. Obviously, that excludes executive session, which doesn't get recorded. And I ran it through what's called a dialyzer, which is a software tool that transcribes and then detects which person said what. And it doesn't know Julianne said this. It says, person number 12 said this, and person number 7 said that. But it does that consistently throughout that whole 16-hour process. And what I was looking for was to exclude select board members, town administrator, and staff to see, okay, how much was left of public comment of that. And of that 16-hour period, it was about 36 minutes of public comment total. So that includes the public comment agenda items, it includes public hearings, and it includes the context-specific public comments that that somebody might offer. For example, what I'm offering now, I imagine you could call it that. And that surprised, it was about 4% of the time. I was anticipating, given the conversation about, hey, this is taking too long, it would have been 10 or 15%. And obviously you can't get rid of public hearing comments. You really shouldn't get rid of public comments as a whole. In that same email, I made the argument that the context-specific public comments are the most valuable type of public comments because they are related to the context at hand. The public will have heard the presentation given by the administrator or by a staff member and can comment specifically on that before you make a decision. As a former board member, that was really valuable to me because that fed into the decision-making process. And there were many times where decisions, I think, changed as a result of that comment coming in when it did. So I would advocate to the board to not change public comments considerably. You can make a valid argument that maybe you should hold people to precisely 3 minutes. I would advocate to be careful with that. I think it's better to let people talk a little bit too long, a little bit beyond the 3 minutes, rather than setting up a stressful situation of having an egg timer or a clock or something like that and say, whoop, you're done. And if you do see, as chair, if you do see a particular member of the public regularly going over 3 minutes, talk to them some other time and say, hey, you know, concise would be better. And it usually is. That's, in my opinion, that's a better way to track it. I have other thoughts based on the analysis of maybe how to speed up your meetings a little bit, but that's not part of the public comment thing. I'm happy to talk to anybody about that anytime, or if anyone has any questions, I can throw out some ideas now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work that you did.
Sure.
Are there any thoughts then about, yeah?
I definitely appreciate the thought of ways to consolidate our meetings. I definitely don't want to use reducing public comment as one of the tools, but I appreciate the spirit of where you were coming from with this.
Anyone else have comments on this? Yep.
What Mr. Cohen just said, I'm 100% on board with what he's advocating for. As far as what the proposed guidelines are, I'm okay with most of them, other than the one that says neither staff, about responding to direct questions or comments. I think that should always be in the discretion of the chair, as it currently is. Because there's going to be times where, I think maybe the default understanding should be you shouldn't expect that the board's going to immediately respond to you. But if it was efficient and a good idea to, I think the chair should always maintain her discretion to allow a responsive thing in the moment. I think context-specific comments can be very valuable. I believe reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on speech, but like, I think that we need to err in favor of getting as much useful feedback from the public as we can. And I know it takes time. 4% is not a lot. I'm 37% of the total, not of the total time, but of the board time. For those curious, I think John was close to 20, the chair was close to 20, Mr. Tejan was close to 17, Ms. Zeiton was close to like 7, and I took the balance of hers to be like 37. So, not a shocker that I'm the most talkative here. I'll try to be more concise, and I will endeavor to do so.
This data is unbelievably valuable. John.
Yeah, I think back to some of maybe, I agreed kind of with the spirit of how Mike was thinking about it too. Some of the meetings, maybe they weren't even in November, December, they were earlier. But we had some meetings where it felt like we had an extended board member just sitting at the podium, just not, and I think we've improved a bit as a board, but like just interjecting and becoming part of the conversation. We all kind of forgot because because we're comfortable with these folks. They serve on committees. We see them a lot. And it's almost like, okay, let's just have the process reinforced. Your name, your address. Like, create a little bit of that versus the casualness sometimes that happens where people are there for an extended amount of time and we value their opinion, but like, it definitely slows the conversation down on some of the topics we're going on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I appreciate your feedback and your comments. I stand by what I said when we discussed this in the previous meeting. I stand by, I think, what the proposed guidelines were that I had sent out. A lot of them are best practices from municipal organizations and other municipalities across the Commonwealth and other boards even that operate in Northborough. Yeah, I mean, those 4 meetings are one thing. There were earlier meetings, to John's point, I think that would prove different. You could run this meeting through it. I'd be interested to see what those numbers came out to be. Obviously you don't want to discourage, and that was not the point, was to discourage or eliminate public comment. I think it was to, one, start maybe enforcing some of what are our rules and guidelines, and do we have any, right? I mean, we write 3 minutes on the agendas and everything, but we typically don't abide by it. So that was sort of the impetus behind it was, we did have some meetings where, and I'll repeat it, the public comment or comments outside of the board was almost like a sixth board member. And that was where this came from. So I stand behind what I previously said and what I put to paper. I would be wondering, I guess, as a question to my fellow board members, what, guidelines do we have about public comment? Should public commenters be addressing board members directly, or should everything be directed at the board as a body? I don't know, like, do we have a guideline on that? I get, sometimes it's easy just to give a quick response or quick answer, but sometimes, not necessarily maybe in this meeting, but other, you'll have meetings where it's sort of like, this isn't sort of come and interrogate the department head or the select, it's you can make a comment and comment on our agenda items, but we're still here to deliberate, make decisions, and move forward and come to consensus as a board to provide the town, direction. So that's, again, is, should that be occurring? Should we be having a back and forth? I think I would prefer less back and forth, because I think that's where public comment can sometimes extend itself, where you're kind of having this ongoing conversation with somebody up at the podium, and just making things kind of run long, especially when you have important things on your agenda to get to and discuss. So that's all. I stand by what I previously said and what I said tonight.
So I agree with you. I don't think that we should, and it's probably ill-advised to respond to a lot of the comments, but if it's something to correct information or ask a simple question, answer a simple question, I think we could agree that that's something we should do. Correct information or answer a simple question.
May I?
Yes.
As an example, I think we should be in the practice of making sure the chair is okay with us responding. May I respond? Just to get that muscle memory, because the chair may be like, we got to move this on, address it later. Because that's the chair's role. And so I think we ought to be not automatically wanting to respond, but if we feel like it's important, I do think we need to get in the muscle memory of making sure the chair agrees that we could respond.
Everybody okay with that?
'Cause you could just say, let's move it on. And then that's a nice way to just keep things going.
So, actually, case in point, I wasn't sure if I should come speak or not. I think the idea behind guidelines allows for planning.
Excuse me, ma'am, name and address, please.
Oh, right. See, totally confuddled. Kristen Willems-Tejan, 30 Osier Ave. So I'm on the school committee, full disclosure. And so we have public comment in the beginning. We have public comment at the end of each agenda. We do, all three committees, Northborough, Southborough, and Regional, have a common policy that each person is limited to 3 minutes, and it should be 15 minutes total. That usually doesn't even come into effect, but it is really important in allowing everyone a voice, but also an equal share. When someone gets up and has a debate with you or members, especially when it's a contentious issue or something where there's a lot of feelings on, it can get really messy and out of hand really quick. So that's where those guidelines come in. It also helps with planning. Somebody had to put the kids to bed tonight. Okay, so I wasn't here for the beginning of the meeting, and then I knew, when the agenda was, and also luckily I was listening, so I knew when agenda items got moved around. But there was no way for me to plan out, this is when I'm going to do my public comment, because I didn't know when it was coming. And with this agenda item, I was like, should I get up? Should I not get up? I don't, because I've noticed that the dynamic of your meeting is very different than the dynamic of the school committee meeting. It doesn't play well over Zoom. You don't really see it when you're watching on YouTube. But being in the room, it's more of like a 10-person debate than it is a 5-person debate. Just sitting in the audience, I can see it. A lot of people coming up, oh, but what? But we did, and talking and jumping in. And if that's the environment that you want, then that's the route that you take. But I think it's important that, just to point out that it does help the public, I think, to plan if they have public comment at certain times. And it means that I can reliably know that I'll be able to speak for 3 minutes, and I'll be respectful of other people's time as well, and not go over and just go on and on and on and ramble as I can do, and take up lots of time. So I think that the regulations, or the guidelines, really, is the way to put it, is a great idea, and it allows everyone an equal share, but it is up to the body on how you want your meetings to go. It's just important to apply them equally to everyone. So if you're going to let somebody go on and debate with members and go back and forth, then you got to do that for everybody. And while it might only take 4% in these meetings, it might end up getting ugly if there's a contentious issue. Even at the beginning of this meeting, Juliana, you said, like, I'm not going to take public comment because I've been advised not to, right? But you don't have guidelines for that, and it's on the agenda. So I don't know if you can even legally have done that. But it puts you in a sticky situation because now it could get ugly, right? So you just want to avoid those situations. When you have guidelines, it's much easier to plan and have everyone participate equally. And I love the community advocate, but since I'm up here, I have to say the headline that they gave this story was completely misleading. And it really started a firestorm that had nothing to do with anything. And I just want to say, nobody on the board or anywhere else suggested that should be no public comment, or that public comment would shorten the meetings. You guys, God bless you, but I would not survive these. So that is my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Just for the record, I fully trust the community advocate in the media.
Mitch, is there a way with your software, or whatever you use, to figure out if people are speaking over 3 minutes?
Not in an automated way, but I can probably take a look. If they're, let's talk offline, maybe you could give me scope as far as a couple of meetings to look at. I'm happy to look at that as well as I can. And about the back and forth, that makes it really hard, because right now I am speaking for 45 seconds, you spoke for about 10 seconds in the middle, and I spoke for 15 seconds before that. It's going to add up all of my speaking time, but not include the time that you spoke, because that was not me speaking. And, you know, the idiosyncrasies of how software works. It should, I think guidelines are really important. If I were a board member, I would craft those guidelines around providing information that can help you make the best decision possible. There are times where people believe they are doing that, and you trust the public, you should trust the public to do that. I think there are some times where people are expressing opinions that have nothing to do with the decision before you, and there should be a guideline, that should be in the guidelines, really in the recommendations for, if you want to provide the best public comment possible, here are some suggestions. And it is up to the chair to decide, well, is this going so far off the rails that you should snap down your make-believe gavel and say, hey, that, you know, this is a topic for a different agenda item, or this is a topic for a different board, whatever the case may be.
Would you be willing to write something about that?
Yeah, no, I can certainly expand on it.
I think that's where we get off a little bit, is.
I may not put my name on it this time. No, I was kidding. Yeah, no, certainly we can, yeah, I mean, it's a moving target. It's a work, we're kind of workshopping it. Like I said, I think there's things that we could do to help it along, and there's certainly plenty we can do as board members ourselves to move things along outside of public comment. And, I think we all agree with that. So yeah, we could certainly table this to maybe come up with some, given the feedback that I've heard from the board.
Like best practice of public.
Best practice that fits the consensus of the board that I think that you all expressed, and I think where we've all landed. So certainly.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, and I think Mitch's point that isn't lost on me. Like, the public comment should be measured by when Mitch starts talking to when he ends talking with all discussion, because I think we've gone, not to call you Mitch, just saying this is one example, but like, it's gone from public comment to like public discussion with the board, and it's become, like we said, the 6th or 7th board member here, and it's playing into the inefficiencies of our meeting, and so that Mike, when you're thinking about it, I think that's part of the problem to solve. Because I am supportive of the spirit of it, in trying to find out how do we have crisper, more efficient meetings.
So I've been thinking about that too. And first of all, I will say that I'm for public comment anytime, anywhere, because when you look at the town organizational chart, it's the residents on top. And they are on top. But in order to move the meeting along more efficiently, if at any time during a discussion, any of you feel like we have had enough, just say something like, move the question, time to make a, let's vote on the motion. I'm very willing to entertain that. So, we can try that a little bit.
Like pineapple or something.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Throw a flag.
Only if it's funny.
It's funny. Well, I have been one of the
Pineapple.
commentators for many years, seen many different boards. And in the time when you couldn't really even say anything, it was very frustrating. There weren't a lot of people that would come. There might be 3 of us that would come to the meetings. And you could get a comment in, and then you were like, it was like you weren't even there. And I think that what Mitch had started, thank you, was to open it up to what you're saying, that the residents, you're here for the residents. And as much as we want to make everything concise, and we should, that it's the residents who haven't been having their voice for years. And, being a person that keeps talking about it, there are people that really would like to come up and say something and really don't have either the time to come or the ability to get here or the strength to stand up and make a comment. And I think that by putting in, guideline is a nice idea, but every time your board changes and you get new members on the board, people are all going to have different viewpoints. So it's really, I believe, as Mitch had done it and you have done it, it's up to the chair's discretion. And that there should be the respect, and you should say through the chair, asking the questions. When you have people that just constantly interrupt, that should not happen. It doesn't matter where they sit in the room. So that there has to be a respect for the time that we spend for you to listen and the time that you spend to discuss. And I think it's a lovely idea, but when you got a married couple working on the same deal, I don't know.
Thank you.
You're on to us.
Pineapple. Oh.
Okay. Public comment. I approve of a public comment, obviously. I take advantage of it whenever I can. I think that you have a time management problem here. Some of it is during public comment, and some of it is just about your meetings themselves. To make a sharper, clearer meeting, you should do everything through your chair. I think you all should get another copy of Robert's Rules of Order, take a look at it, understand how public meetings that do the business of the town should be run, the ways that you can make a motion to move a question and everything else. Just get it down, get it crisp, especially if you're a chairperson of a committee. The one thing I haven't heard in all of this, which really disturbs me, when it's, now it's 5 of 11, is that we've talked about your roles, we've talked about the roles of the public. We don't talk about what these late meetings do to your staff. This is ridiculous to stay this late and keep them out and expect them to be here at 8 in the morning, answering all the calls that are coming in from the meeting before because they didn't get the answers they wanted or whatever. But you've got to really decide how to be more efficient. I don't know if it's by setting agendas, but pull out Robert's Rules of Order, and I think you'll get an idea of the better way to run a meeting. It's helpful.
Thank you. Okay, so, let's move on. Can we,
I think we.
do we really need
Can I
to
do the
review the goals tonight?
Yeah, no, so I was gonna say, we should choose a Zoom day that we can go over because it's just too
Executive
long.
session stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Well,
I
no,
think
it's
she
not
means the
executive
goals.
session, it's the goals.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, sure.
So I guess we'll talk about a date and then we can figure it out amongst all of us.
Okay.
I think we missed,
Can I just make a quick motion on the meeting minutes?
We missed,
Don't forget
oh
it.
wait, but you, fire station building project?
Oh,
but-
I'm gonna
yeah.
adopt by incorporation our previous discussion and move
Okay,
on.
we're good.
There's nothing new to report that I know
Okay.
of.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off on
Thank you.
minutes.
Can I just, so we don't forget about it, do the meeting minutes?
Yep.
oh, good idea. Okay.
Yep.
Yes, is it your motion?
Yeah, and happy if anyone
And you
needs
can
any
do
discussion,
combined.
but I'll throw the motion on the table here. Or, speaking of Robert's rules, that's not what we're doing. I'm making the motion. I move the board vote to approve the meeting minutes of November 17, 2025, December 1, 2025, and December 15, 2025. That would be the public meeting minutes, as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Jacob, seconded by Mike. All those in favor, raise your hand. Great. Motion passed unanimously. Okay. All right, so, fire station project, goals we discussed, we're gonna set okay, and reports. Is there, let's do important, quick reports. Let's start with Laura.
I have nothing to report.
Mike?
No reports this evening.
No reports.
Nothing to report.
I have nothing.
Not for Christmas break.
Steph, you got nothing
If I-
too, right?
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Diane, you're good?
No report.
All right, then, any requests for future agenda item? Or any other business to come before the board?
No, for me.
All right, then, now we need to move into our next executive session. At this time, the board will enter into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 38, to approve the executive session meeting minutes of December 1st, 2025, both prior to and after open session, and December 15th, 2025, and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining and possibly vote on the proposed memorandum of agreement with the Northborough Municipal Employees Association, to discuss strategy regarding the agreement between the town and Elegant Banquets for the White Cliffs property at 167 Main Street, and to discuss strategy regarding the negotiation of a tax increment financing agreement with Saint-Gobain Research America at 9 Goddard Road. As declared by the chair, discussion in open session may have a detrimental effect on the town's negotiating position. The board will adjourn from executive session and will not return to open session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Jacob, seconded by Laura. Roll call vote. Jacob?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay.